All right, good morning, everyone. Hello, I am Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to the March 22nd Special City Council meeting for the Priority Setting Workshop. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in council chambers. Today, we have Spanish language interpretation services available. If you are in the City Council chambers and would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish, please visit the table in the back for a headset. If you are attending the meeting virtually and would like to listen in Spanish, please use the globe icon near the bottom of your screen. Our interpreters today are Lena Escribano, Gabriela Alom, Javier Morone, and Annabella Tedona. Thank you for your time and services today.
Estimados asistentes, los servicios de interpretación en español están disponibles para el evento del Concejo Municipal esta mañana. Si están aquí en persona, el equipo se puede recoger en la mesa donde encontrarán los intérpretes Lina Gutiérrez Escribano y Gabriela Zaya Salom. Para los asistentes a través de Zoom, hagan clic en el icono del globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla y elijan el canal en español para escuchar la interpretación, donde los intérpretes Anabela Tidona y Javier Morrone estarán al cargo. Si se conectan desde el teléfono, seleccionen en el menú de los 3 puntitos en la parte superior de su pantalla y seleccionen además la opción de interpretación en español. Gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Cecilia Taylor, Jeff Schmidt, and Jennifer Wise. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval. Today, the City Council will focus on high-level priorities that will help shape the next fiscal year budget. The City Council has seen all the submissions by members of the public. Thank you for taking the time to share your top priorities for Menlo Park. The workshop will also include an opportunity for public comment. Please note that public comment times may be limited in duration depending on the number of speakers in order to enable the City Council proper and sufficient time to carry out its work during the workshop. Feedback from individuals who submitted online survey responses to the City Council is already summarized in the staff report, and all responses are available as an attachment. Further public comment from these individuals reiterating the same points already submitted in writing may limit opportunities for others who are not yet able to submit comments to contribute to the proceedings. For groups of individuals attending the workshop to provide public comment in favor of a shared goal or topic, the city's strong preference would be for groups to identify a single commenter to represent the broader interests in an effort to use limited time efficiently. The commenter could identify the number of supporters in attendance at the meeting, and supporters could also stand during the particular comment to show support. To be efficient with our time, please start filling out speaker cards now if you would like to make public comment and turn in your cards to the city clerk. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. First, I'd like to take a brief moment to announce that annual advisory body recruitment is open for all city commissions until Wednesday, April 9th. So residents interested in local leadership are encouraged to take a look at our current vacancies and apply online at menlopark.gov/commissions. Instructions for participating in the meeting are as follows. If you're interested in making public comment today and you are with us in the City Council chambers, we ask that you fill out a speaker card at this table to my right and return it to me at the clerk's desk. If you are joining us online, when we call for public comment, please use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen to indicate that you'd like to speak. And if you are on a landline or cell phone and you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Thank you, Mayor Combs. That concludes the instructions.
All right. Thank you, Deputy City Clerk Sandoval. With that, I'll turn to regular business. Today, our only agenda item is the annual City Council Priority Workshop. And I'll turn it over to the city manager. But before doing that, I'd just like to, again, welcome everyone to this session. I was sharing with the vice mayor, since we've been on council, we've only actually done it once where there was an actual Saturday session. There was the pandemic, and then other things have prevented us from being able to hold these Saturday sessions as we've done historically at the city. And I do think it it really calls out to set aside time separately from normal business to really think about what are the city's priorities. And so really grateful that we've returned to this and grateful that you guys have joined us today to really engage in a dialogue separate from regular business about what are our priorities as a community. So well, I know Saturday mornings are precious times. And so really appreciate everyone's time. With that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you to the City Council for your time in considering top priorities today and other special topics on this Saturday. And kind of it is important that it's a Saturday for the annual workshop. So this is my third annual workshop on a Saturday here in the council chambers, serving as city manager. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. I know this year we have two new council members, our Councilmember Schmidt and Councilmember Wise, for their first opportunity to participate in the workshop. So looking forward for today's event. I also want to thank the 544 community members who responded to the online survey to share their top priorities. And thank everyone who is here today, either in person or on Zoom. Your feedback is important to us. I'm going to start by highlighting our agenda today as is shown on the slide. We're hoping to cover quite a bit over the next 4 hours. This is a meeting where we do have a scheduled end time, and we're hoping that we can work through everything and keep to that as best as possible so people can enjoy the rest of their Saturdays. So first off, staff will highlight accomplishments from the past year. It's good to reflect and celebrate moments as opportunity to also look forward to the future. We'll hear about a financial update on our revenues and how we're monitoring the overall economy. Then we'll review the results of the community survey, which will help inform the city council when selecting top priorities. And after that, we'll open it up for public comment. And then we'll consider our first special topic of the day, and that's the environmental justice element. And then the city council will select top priorities for the next fiscal year. And finally, we will conclude with a discussion of downtown street closures and other activities like outdoor dining. So next, I would like to very briefly go through some basic ground rules, general best practices for meetings. I'll go through them very quickly, but it is important to kind of set this framework. Ground rules are for everyone: city council, staff, the members of the public. Everyone is encouraged to actively listen to each other's perspectives, stay present and engaged on the topics, and assume good intentions. We do have a robust agenda, so staying focused on the topics for discussion will help us be efficient with the time today. And then finally, it would be helpful to build consensus around the top priorities. So next. Next slide. So one tool that we've used in our workshops is called the bike rack. Today, there may be discussions that could touch upon other topics not directly related to the focused agenda, but those topics are still important, and staff will record those items to the bike rack so that the city council can consider them at a later time. So again, thank you for participating today. And now I will turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Stephen Stulte.
Okay, thank you, Justin. So I will get into the accomplishments over the past fiscal year, and there is a lot to highlight here. First, after every workshop, city staff develop a work plan developed around the city council's top priorities, and we report out on that regularly to the city council. The most recent report out was February 25th, and there is so much to celebrate about the 54 items on our work plan. 20% are already complete. Over half are still in progress, and the most of the remaining items are ongoing items that take place continually. Most of the work plan items, though, are concentrated in a few departments: the city manager's office, community development, and public works. But other departments also play major roles in delivering our core services, and we know that our community strongly values those services too. They help make our operations more efficient or modern. And so I do want to take a moment to highlight some of those accomplishments that would not otherwise appear on the work plan. On this slide, you will see high-level topics, and I'll go into some specifics as well. The first is, of course, the opening of Bellhaven Community Campus. And at an upcoming City Council meeting, you will have a chance to celebrate the LEED Platinum certification for the sustainable design of the building. We know our community values its network of parks, and two notable projects that were completed were renovations to Willow Oaks Park and then Burgess Park Playground. And we celebrated those with reopening events over the past year too. We continue our commitment to electrify our facilities and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Re-roofing was completed on the main library and City Hall this past year to prepare for solar panel installation. And we've been making significant progress on the renewable energy microgrid at BHCC. Under traffic calming and street improvements, through our commitment to Vision Zero and other street improvements, the city implemented the Bellhaven Traffic Calming Plan. We resurfaced over 4 miles of city streets. We installed bicycle infrastructure on Valparaiso and Willow Road, and made significant progress on the Haven Avenue Streetscape project between Marsh Road and Atherton Channel. Next is our capital improvement plan. There are so many projects in that plan. And the City Council last received an update on CIP project progress on February 25th. So I won't go into too much detail here, but there's a few to highlight. And these projects might feel a little more behind the scenes. The gas and leachate systems were upgraded at the closed landfill at Bedwell Bayfront Park. And it's important to highlight because we're fulfilling our mandate to maintain that closed landfill. Another project where staff have made significant progress is the Chrysler Drive Stormwater Pump Station. And that actually prevents flooding in the city. So it's another thing to highlight that's more behind the scenes. We've also delivered top-notch services for thousands of people, and the statistics are really staggering here to me. Over 6,700 new recreation client accounts were established just in the past year. We hosted over 2,700 drop-in basketball visits, over 3,800 drop-in volleyball visits, taught over 460 gymnastics classes to over 4,300 participants. Thousands of people are really accessing those services. The city also circulated over 430,000 library and media items. So these statistics are actually reported out every month to both the Library Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission. And this type of support for recreation and learning at the libraries really just helps make Menlo Park a world-class community too. In the world of public safety, there's been multiple enhancements, like our successful onboarding of a mental health clinician. She's been with the police department for 6 months now and is responding to mental health crisis calls with police officers. You'll actually hear from her at the council meeting next week as part of the homeless services presentation. And the police department has also been hard at work installing the approved automated license plate readers, or ALPRs, and other technology enhancements like dash cams and upgraded mobile computers in the patrol vehicles. Our city workforce is next, and last year the city completed 105 recruitments for full-time and temporary staff and onboarded 44 new full-time staff. That's a lot of onboarding, and despite our persistent vacancies and turnover, we've really been hard at work recruiting top talent to the city. And then finally, I do want to call out our administrative services department because they really keep Menlo Park operating with technology improvements that make our work more efficient. We're planning for the future right now with an IT master plan. We're launching Microsoft 365, and we finished up a security camera project among many other projects, but some of which might be in the background. So it's important to celebrate that too. We have our department directors and we have our management team here today to support this workshop. And I just want to acknowledge all the hard work of their departments over the past year. I just had the opportunity to highlight it today. So with that, I will introduce our Administrative Services Director, Brittany Mello, and she will deliver our financial update. We've allocated about 10 minutes for this segment on the agenda.
Good morning, City Council. So I'm really here to provide a high-level update on the city's finances, and then we'll provide more details as part of our budget development process. So for revenues, the city's largest revenue source is our resilient property tax base that contributes over 46% of our general fund operating budget. There are impacts in this category from our vehicle license fee in lieu payments from the state that I will highlight in just a moment. Our transient occupancy tax, or TOT, is the city's second largest revenue source, which contributes over 15% of all of the general fund revenues. We extend a sincere thank you to our community for the recent approval of Measure CC last November. Over 83% of voters approved Measure CC, which allows for a phased TOT increase over 2 years. In January, our TOT rate increased from 12% to 14%, which is expected to generate an additional $2.6 million in fiscal year 24-25. Third, our sales tax, which is our third largest revenue source, which contributes approximately 7.6% of all of our general fund revenues, which has remained below pre-pandemic levels. Sales tax is expected to grow steadily, albeit slowly in the coming years. For vehicle license fee in lieu payments, VLF continues to create impacts in our ability to accurately budget, and it is a significant revenue source that's owed to San Mateo County and its cities. VLF is about 9.4% of our total operating general fund this year. We once again face shortfalls, which you can see on the screen. So the city participates in coordinated advocacy across the county, which has led to payments for previous shortfalls in the past. However, the city still has not received the shortfall in VLF owed by the state for fiscal year 23-24, and there is a shortfall again this current fiscal year. We continue to advocate around this issue and will keep you informed of new developments. Next slide. So in terms of economic influences, growth in California's economy is expected to be slower in 2025, and we are monitoring the economic risks stemming from trade tensions, immigration policies, and geopolitical events that continue to unfold. Costs are continuing to rise in many areas for consumers, and we are monitoring the impact of inflation on our budget. Inflation can have significant impacts on capital projects with cost escalations, since those projects do take multiple years to plan and construct. One way the city will work to address the costs of inflation is through a cost of services study, which will inform recommended adjustments to fees for city services. And that study is underway through the RFP process. For grants, the city has over $85 million in grants that support a wide variety of projects. Large grants include the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant, as well as a community electrification grant from the California Electrification Commission. We are so pleased to report that the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, or MTC, has awarded the city $3.6 million in grants for housing, transportation, and sustainability projects. So staff are bringing forward resolutions to accept these grant awards at an April City Council meeting, so there's much more information to come with that exciting news. However, staff are also monitoring how the changes at the federal government may result in the loss or reduction of grant awards. And so the city was notified recently that its $3.7 million Caltrain Crossing Safety Improvement Project submittal, which was in support of the quiet zones, was not funded. In fact, no projects were funded this fiscal year. Next slide. So for budget principles, I would like to highlight the City Council adopted budget principles for this fiscal year, which help promote long-term fiscal sustainability. The budget principles were provided as an attachment to the staff report. You see the top 3 here that have many sub-items underneath each of them. And the city council will be considering and adopting the budget principles at the April 15th meeting, which is a very important part of the city's overall budget development timeline. Next slide. And just to give an idea of the milestones that will be coming to council in the next couple of months in terms of adopting the budget, we'll have amendments for the capital improvement plan coming in April or May. And then the general fund 5-year forecast will be updated, which will help the city council evaluate the overall structural balance of the general fund. And we'll be having a public budget workshop on May 29th. The public hearing of the proposed budget on June 10th, and budget adoption on June 24th. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. Next, we will get into community input and review the results of our community survey. So we had a really large response this year with 544 survey responses, both online. We even had handwritten responses, and we translated some of those responses too. So all of the feedback has been incorporated into the analysis. There is strong support for our existing priorities, as you can see with the percentages and the numbers on the screen, but there are some additional topics that have come up through the survey. One is an idea around downtown business revitalization and activation, and that is polling pretty high in the survey. There's also overall opposition to the potential for housing development on city-owned parking plazas downtown. And combined with that, there was an indication about revisiting high-density housing sites, and that was favored by about 13% of the survey responses too. So they're kind of linked, those two topics. You'll also see quiet zones also came in with about 15% support. What's important to note with quiet zones is that work is well underway for quiet zones. Give me a second to find this in the staff report. We currently have a project included in the 5-year capital improvement plan to design the improvements needed to qualify for a quiet zone along the Caltrain Railroad line. And this project is currently in design, and plans are anticipated to be completed later this spring. Funding for construction would be considered as part of our budget development process for the next fiscal year. So there's progress moving on that topic. We also published a chart. It's really hard to see on the slide, but it's an attachment to the staff report of all the final results. So you can take a look there. I would note that opposition to builders remedy projects was polling pretty highly as well. If there's no other questions on this topic, we can move into public comment at this time.
All right, thank you, Assistant City Manager Stolte. With that, yeah, we can call for public comment. I will reiterate. We'll see how many public comments we have, and just to reiterate what the city manager said. Because this, unlike a regular council meeting, actually has a targeted end time, and we want to make sure that we get through everything. We're going to sort of look at how many requests for public comment we have, and make determinations about the time limit for public comment at that time. But then when we get into public comment, we'll ask that people really be respectful about limiting their public comment to the time provided, and not putting me or the deputy city clerk in the position of having to remind you that you are speaking over the time limit. And so with that, I will ask the deputy city clerk to call for public comment.
Certainly, Mayor Combs. If anyone in chambers today would like to make a public comment, please fill out a speaker card at the clerk's desk to my right and return it to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are joining online, please go ahead and use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen so we can get an idea of how many folks are interested in speaking. And if you are joining from a landline or cell phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Okay. Mayor Combs, we have about 21 people at this time.
Okay, with that, we'll put the public comment time at 1 minute and 30 seconds per commenter.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and set that up. And for our folks in the chambers, I'm going to go ahead and call everybody up in groups of 2. So if you hear your name, go ahead and move to the aisle behind the podium. That way we can move things along. Our first speaker will be Rob Foster, followed by John McKenna.
First of all, thank you, City Council, for your work and your service, and particularly for working on a Saturday. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Rob Foster. I live in West Menlo on Zachary Court. And I just wanted to actually ask some questions or propose some ideas around the housing element project. And in particular, just trying to understand the process that's being followed. The way I understand it, the current process, it's underneath some community goals around downtown economic vitality, community and pedestrian experience, and a green and sustainable project. And specifically, as detailed in the request for qualifications, the development objectives are to maximize the number of affordable units, deep affordability, unit mix, special needs, housing priority, innovative parking management, open space, sustainable building design, ground floor uses, timeline, and construction phasing and impact. And it looks like the process is pretty straightforward. Step 1, pick a location, did site review, site recommendation. Then you're going to pick a developer, request for qualifications, I would guess request for proposal and quote, and then complete the development. What confuses me just a little bit, and I'm probably just uninformed, there don't seem to be a lot of objectives about the quality of the new housing. I'm a big fan of affordable housing. I do a lot of work with Habitat for Humanity, both down here in Silicon Valley and Francisco. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm speaking too slowly. Can I finish? Is that I'll go quickly.
You can take a few seconds to wrap up.
Okay. I guess I'm concerned about a couple of things. There in the RFQ, there's no question about kind of the what makes low and mixed income housing projects work well. I think Mayor Combs, you actually brought this up in the meeting on March 4th. The other thing that worried me a little bit was as you're reviewing the site, there seems to be this assumption that all other things will be equal after the site is selected. And by that, I mean, you know, if you go with the parking plaza, it's a very small site. It doesn't actually allow under standards, current standards, the number of units that you're looking for or the height of 4 or 5 stories. That's been, there's a bonus exception or the bonus level, but I worry about what does that do actually to the quality of the housing. Similarly, in March 4th, someone raised the question of if you go 6 or 7 stories, that dramatically increases the cost. It feels to me that that makes the financial risk, both for the developer and the city, significant. Like what happens if by picking that site, the development is much more expensive than really will work for that kind of development. So I just ask, I think, again, Mayor Combs, you had suggested or raised the opportunity to continue to look at other sites in the last meeting. The council rejected that. I just respectfully request that you maybe reconsider that decision. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is John McKenna, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. There are many commenters in the online survey that think climate action should no longer be a priority. Some think it's a hoax. One commenter even said it's a money laundering scheme. Some said it's a global issue that's way too big for Menlo Park. If I could talk to those folks, I'd say to them, I get it. The climate crisis is a massive issue, too big for Menlo Park to tackle on its own. But we are all in this together. While the world and Menlo Park are making encouraging progress, we still have a long way to go and a short amount of time to get there. So I think climate action should be a priority for Menlo Park. We can make a difference, and in the process, we will improve and save lives. Every fraction of a degree of warming prevented is a reduction of suffering. It could be the difference between a small island nation and its people surviving versus being submerged. It could be one less extreme heat wave that takes a grandmother before her time. It could be the survival of a key species that preserves an ecosystem. So let's continue to fight for that fraction of a degree. Here in Menlo Park, let's enact impactful and fair building codes this year. Let's educate our community on ways we can make a difference with the appliances we use in our homes and the way we get from one place to another, and the food we eat and the clothes we wear. As a city, I ask that we not only prioritize climate action, but more importantly, put in place the policies, programs, and funding necessary to make progress. Let's form a community task force of stakeholders to come together and collaborate in order to achieve the goals of our climate action plan. Let's prioritize, organize, mobilize, and realize we can make a difference. It is our obligation to our children, future generations, and small island nations. So regardless of your decisions today, I will stay calm, stay positive, and most importantly, never give up. There's too much beauty in this world to lose to do otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jenny Michelle, followed by Naomi Goodman.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, a native born and raised here living in District 3, a recovering homeless teacher, and a bus rider. I have submitted my comments by way of the survey, and based on the information that you provided, I've actually amended what I wanted to say today because I like theme songs. Can you hear the song? We paved paradise and put up a parking lot. That's the song. So basically, I am in full support of continuing along with our housing element goals as we've stated to the state of California. I think that being homeless or housing unstable is probably one of the worst crises that any individual or society can experience as a whole. And as we enter this man-made recession after years of healthy economic growth, we must forecast destabilization of our most vulnerable, like us, my family, living below AMI and dealing with severe health issues. If we lose more residents to our compounding crisis, we fail at our city's mission statement. Thank you for all your work. Jenny from the Coleman Place Neighborhood Block.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Naomi Goodman, followed by Lynn Dando.
Good morning. My name's Naomi Goodman, resident of the Willows neighborhood since 1990. In 2024, Menlo Park adopted emergency and disaster preparedness as a top priority. However, no action has been taken to avert a potential future disaster from allowing biosafety level 3 laboratories, those that work with potentially lethal, contagious viruses and bacteria, to operate next door to residential areas. The Parkline project will place 600 units of housing within 100 feet of SRI's existing biosafety level 3 laboratory. The lab's exhaust stacks are at about the same elevation as the rooftops of the planned residential buildings. In the event of an airborne release, dangerous organisms could be drawn into the housing ventilation system. Because the lab building was left out of the Parkline project, the developers, Lane Partners, say they have no knowledge of lab operations and did not have to consider this in the environmental impact report. I am asking the City Council to put a high priority on initiating discussions on biosafety and biosecurity with SRI before you approve the Parkline project. We need the housing. We do not need to start the next pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Lynn Dando, followed by Brian Schmidt.
Good morning, Mayor Combs and council members. My name is Lindy Doe. I'm a District 3 resident. I serve on the Planning Commission and I'm making this comment as an individual. My family and I really appreciate everything the city is doing to create affordable housing in downtown, improve bike and pedestrian safety and care for our city's trees. These things all make our community more vibrant and enjoyable.
while also supporting the goal of climate action. So today, I just have a simple request that you continue to make climate action a priority. Please get our homes and buildings off of fossil fuels. It makes our air cleaner, our homes safer, our community more resilient, and can support environmental justice. The city made a commitment to achieve zero carbon emissions by 2030, and the first goal in the climate action plan is to electrify 95% of existing buildings. So I'm so grateful for all the work the city is doing to achieve these goals. And please continue to make the most of this year and of the tools, technologies, and resources available to effectively and equitably achieve a safer, healthier, and more resilient community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Brian Schmidt, followed by Sarah Shaw Hucko.
Good morning, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Spark. I'd like to ask you to continue the climate action and housing priorities and to provide some hopefully helpful specifics on climate action to focus on ensuring the success of the 4.5 million electrification grant for Menlo Park and to go above and beyond the minimums for the 2025 REACH codes and building codes upgrades and consider the Peninsula Clean Energy model ordinances for new construction, existing structures, and major retrofits. And to consider new efforts to achieve the 23 Climate Action Plan goals, which are coming up soon. And finally, to consider fixing a forthcoming hole in the bike lanes on El Camino by adding Menlo Park bike lanes on El Camino to those already planned by Mountain View, Palo Alto, Atherton, and Redwood City. And then I would also add that Menlo Spark is in the process, hopefully, of hiring a community outreach and marketing person. If we fill this position, we hope to assist the city in its climate action goals. So I think this is something that the city should have a priority. And maybe someday climate action would not need to be one of the priorities. We're not there yet. So we have a lot more to do, and I hope it stays there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Sarah Shaw Hucko, followed by Gregory Ferris.
Hi, I'm Sarah Shaw Hucko. I live in the Triangle area of unincorporated Menlo Park. Nearly 10 years ago, we petitioned to be annexed into Menlo Park. We, as residents of Menlo Park, we are very anxious to participate in voting. We'd like to participate on committees within the city, and we're not allowed to do because we're unincorporated. So I would ask you to review again our petition to be annexed into Menlo Park, and we'll bring lots of money into the community with our taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Greg Ferris, followed by Ann Diedrich. Greg has brought a presentation. I'll pull that up just a moment.
I'm Greg Ferris, 2042 Santa Cruz Avenue. Thank you for your time on a Saturday morning. I'd like to speak to triangle annexation. You've heard this before. Okay, can we go to the fourth slide, please? Back one. So the triangle is actually the most important traffic block, single block in all of Menlo Park. You've got a major east-west route artery. You've got a major north-south artery. You've got two major bike lanes. You've got a pedestrian choke point. You've got cut-through traffic on Sharon and Oakdale. And you've got routes to school, to La Entrada School and Oak Knoll School. This is very important. Next slide, please. In spite of its importance, it's a pocket of neglect by both the county and the city. It's until recently, it's been a speed up zone, those two blocks. Thankfully, Menlo Park has fixed their part. We're waiting for the county to fix it. This is the most important region in Menlo Park, and we're driving faster. Next slide, please. Thankfully, sidewalks have been installed. This is a dangerous area. There's a lot of sidewalks are going in. Pocket of neglect, one block in the city, one block in the county. No sidewalks, exactly where the cars are being told to go faster, and the worst congestion. Next slide, please. Thankfully, a lot of bike lanes have been put in. Not in the pocket of neglect. One block in the city, one block in the county. Why is this happening? That's next slide, please. We have a Vision Zero plan. Well, guess what? There's a big blind spot right in the most important block. It got left out of the Berkeley Safe Track study. Next slide, please. Core problem is mixed jurisdiction. Next slide, please. The triangle is surrounded by, is in the county, surrounded by the city. These boundaries are being used in college courses as bad examples of mixed jurisdiction. This causes the zone of neglect. It can be fixed by acting on annexation. It's time to do it. We've been waiting 10 years. You did it for Stanford in 3 months. Los Gatos did 24 annexations in 1 year. It is about the same amount of time to do as one single home building permit. Since this has not been done, your residents are less safe. Most of these cars, I mean, virtually all the cars, virtually all of the bicycles are going from Menlo Park to Menlo Park, going through a little sliver of the county. And you're letting that fester because you're not signing off on annexation. This has got to stop. And you've lost $1.1 million of revenue that could have flowed to the coffers. So we're fed up. It's time to do your job. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Ann Diedrich, followed by Cheryl Schaff.
Hi, I'm Ann Diedrich. I live right down the street in Linfield Oaks, and I wanted to advocate for making it a priority to hire an independent biosafety lab expert to assess if we're meeting current safety standards for the BSL in proximity to housing. I've talked to Lane Partners, the developers who are doing the new housing, and they said they haven't given any consideration to this aging BSL facility because it's not part of the new development that's happening. And I've reached out to SRI and said, can I discuss this with you? And they've not responded to me. I'm really in favor of having these buildings happen. I've spoken out twice at city council meetings on this, but I think that this issue of the safety of the aging biosafety lab facility is falling between, we just talked about falling between jurisdictions, because I don't think the government is paying any attention to what we're putting around it because it's grandfathered into old safety standards, but the builders aren't putting it in the environmental impact report because it's not being redeveloped. And so I think we ought to take it upon ourselves to do a proper study so we know what we're biting off, so that we have the emergency disaster preparedness, so we know if we need to require that we be brought up to current standards. I look at where those chimneys come out, and in that 3D model that Lane made, goes right next to the pool that's on the roof. But that isn't being thought about together yet just because of processes. So anyway, thank you all of you. You do a very hard job and I appreciate you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Cheryl Schaff, followed by Audra Lowe.
Thank each of you for all the work. Can you hear me? Thank each of you for all the work you do. I don't envy you leading in these tumultuous times. My name is Cheryl Schaff. I'm a proud 38-year resident of Menlo Park, mom of 2 sons, educated in public schools, and I'm a longtime community volunteer. For the last 8 years, I've done a non-scientist deep dive into how to mitigate global warming, and I've become increasingly alarmed as I learn more and more about the unhealthy state of our planet. It's interesting to hear about the work of this council in ensuring Menlo Park is an excellent place to live, work, and play. I'd like to point out that global warming will affect everything on this council's agenda, everything. I urge the council to keep decarbonization of homes and buildings at the top of your priority list when you consider what to work on and how to spend money. As you know, 41% of our city's polluting emissions come from burning nasty methane in our homes. I also encourage the council to be bold in leading our residents to mitigate global warming. We need you leaders to educate and bring everyone along. We all readily remember the fires that recently devastated Hawaii and LA. I urge all of us to remember too, that we're just one severe drought away from the same dry conditions that caused these unprecedented fire events and turned life on its head for millions of people. We could be next.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Audra Lowe, followed by Catherine Dumont.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Audra Lowe, and I'm a 16-year-old living in Menlo Park. I'm here as a co-lead of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action San Mateo County team to put climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience at the forefront of the city's priorities. I want to commend the council for its proactive approach to climate action, including the implementation of zero emissions landscape equipment ordinance and the commitment to electrification initiatives. We youth are looking for climate leadership right now in our governments to give us a sense of hope for our futures. Thus, I believe council should work on the two following priorities. The first is building electrification. Adopting local amendments to building codes that accelerate the transition to all electric new buildings is crucial. To meet our 2030 carbon neutral goal, the city must act now by strengthening codes and implementing policies like the Energy Performance Code for new construction. The second is EV charging. While Menlo Park has made progress in this area, there's a need to expand public access to EV charging stations, especially in multifamily and affordable housing units. Climate change will impact every aspect of my future and everyone else in my generation. It is important that we act now as we are already seeing the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Catherine Dumont, followed by Adina Levin.
Morning, Council. Catherine Dumont. I live in D3, and I thank you for the presentation and all the work that the city has done, and all the turnover. I really understand what a challenge it is for and then the economic situation, trying to spread the wealth around. I am an environmentalist from an early age. Remember the first Earth Day. But I also, even as a working class, in a working class family, I grew up in secure housing. And today's housing is much less secure here than it used to be. And I'm concerned for myself as a renter, but I'm also concerned for people I've met who are who've worked on their lives and are trying to live in downtown Menlo Park and spending 80% of their retirement income on their rent on a very not so desirable apartment. And I think those folks deserve a voice and equal to everyone. I'm just one of those folks who thinks that all of the voices in the room should be represented, and we're faced with some severe economic challenges. More people will be falling out of secure housing, and so it's still my top priority is housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Adina Levin, followed by Jesus Soto.
Hello, good morning, Mayor and council members and staff. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and I'm adding some more color to some items that were in the Menlo Together letter. First of all, in encouraging the city council to continue on the direction of safe and sustainable streets, I want to encourage the council to move forward with long-awaited parking management and transportation demand management initiatives that will be extremely complementary for the proposal to use downtown parking lots for much needed affordable housing. And there are strategies the cities can take. There's an existing study underway to help improve access in and keep downtown working well. Secondly is our city's strategies for housing and other needs really depend on a regional transportation system that we don't control, but can help influence. The city has historically taken a very light touch on weighing in on regional topics, but I would encourage the city to do as other cities do and speaking up in favor of funding and improvements for the regional transportation that we very much depend on. And lastly, in that regional and multi-county, in the safe transportation, focus on the multi that can be hard, but have important safety opportunities to fix working with our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jesus Soto, followed by Lucia Soto. Jesus and Lucia, are you in the room? I believe we have a need for Spanish interpretation here, so if it's all right with you, Mayor Combs, we'll double the time.
Muy buenos días a todos. Yo vengo de la comunidad de Billy Haven. Mi nombre es Lucía Soto y estoy aquí para hablar un poco de, pues no estoy muy preparada para hablar de esto, pero voy a hablar un poco de vivienda, de la vivienda que hemos venido hablando por mucho tiempo con las personas que nos hemos hecho juntas. Y también hablar un poco de la seguridad en la ciudad que tenemos, que vivimos en Belle Haven, en Menlo Park. Estoy hablando acerca de la vivienda porque estábamos hablando que querían reconstruir más apartamentos o más viviendas para personas aquí en Menlo Park. Y yo solamente quiero decir que creo que para el lugar de Belle Haven, de la ciudad ah, de Menlo Park en la ciudad de Billy Haven. Que no haya tanto, que no construyan ya más departamentos en ese lugar porque, o más casas, porque ya no hay espacio para más casas, más viviendas. Han construido demasiados departamentos a todos lados, para el sur, para el norte, para todos lados ya es puro departamento, grandísimos como de 6 o 7 o 5 pisos y es demasiado, no queremos más viviendas ahí. Esa es una y otra vez, y otro quería también decirles que acerca de la seguridad en Menlo Park, necesitamos más seguridad porque las líneas de las bicicletas están muy, muy inseguras para caminar y las líneas que han puesto han estado bloqueadas por carros estacionados, no pueden caminar mucho las personas en la bicicleta porque siempre están llenas de carros. Y también hemos dicho mucho de eso a la ciudad, también acerca del tráfico y pues sigue igual, no han hecho nada y por eso vine porque quiero que pongan un poquito de más atención a que hemos tratado muchísimo de eso y pues no hemos tenido mucha respuesta. También quiero hablar acerca de el ambiente. Que necesitamos más, hay mucha polución, necesitamos más árboles en la ciudad que hay para el Menlo Park, para la Billy Haven. Necesitamos más, que pongan más árboles, a lo menos los que han cortado, queremos que los pongan ahí para que sea mejor la respiración de las personas. Gracias.
Thank you, and I'll look to our interpreter's desk to translate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lucia Soto. I am from Belhaven, and I'm not too well prepared, but I'm here to talk about housing, which is something that we have brought up time and time again. I'm also here to talk about the safety in our city, in Belhaven and in Menlo Park. In terms of housing and building more apartments and housing, we need more in Menlo Park. But I do believe that in the Belhaven community, please just don't build more apartments there or more houses because there simply is no more space. You have built way too many apartments towards the north and the south. There's too many apartments in that area already and too much space. So there are big buildings of 5, 6, 7 stories, and it is simply too much. I also wanted to talk about the safety in our city in Menlo Park. We need more bike lanes because right now the ones that we have are too unsafe. We can really walk around that area because the lanes are constantly blocked by cars. So people can really walk as they are full of cars. I also wanted to let the city know that with regards to the topic of the traffic, it's still the same. There's really nothing that has been done, even though we've brought this up and talked about the importance and how bad traffic gets. So I came here to speak before you so that hopefully we can get your attention, because there hasn't been any response with regards to these topics. In terms of the environment, we also need help in that area because there's been a lot of pollution. We need more trees in our city, in Menlo Park and in Bellhaven. The trees that have been cut down, we need to bring them back so that everybody can breathe better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just, I think, Deputy City Clerk, maybe that was a miscommunication on our part, because going forward, even if it's in a Spanish language, we should keep it at 1:30 seconds, because I interpreted it as 1:30 seconds of the public commenter speaking, and then 1:30 seconds of the interpreter speaking. And so for fairness for everyone, it'll be a 1:30 seconds going forward, and then we'll do the interpretation separately.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor Combs. Our next speaker is Jesus Soto, followed by Rahul Fatu.
Hello, my name is Jesus Soto, and I'm also from Bellhaven. And I'm here to kind of support what my wife say about the community in Bellhaven. I think it's a good idea also, on top of whatever she say, our sidewalks over there are very, very poorly maintained. I know that they've been working on the corners, trying to fix it up, which is very good. Appreciate that, but there is a lot more that they can do. And accordingly, also the trees, we do need more trees over there. I know there's some area on Willow Road that it needs to be place more trees, that whoever did the construction over there got quite a few and they didn't replace them. And I think it is a good idea to take a look and maybe complete whatever is had to be done over there. I don't know who is in charge of that, if it's the city or the state, I don't know what it is, but you probably know better than me. And that's the reason I came over here to support Bellhaven to get better in that location. Thank you very much for whatever you guys do over here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Rahul Fatu, followed by Lynn Bramlett.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Rahul, and I live in unincorporated Triangle area of Menlo Park. I am here to ask the city to consider annexing our neighborhood. Right now, we're in a strange and problematic situation. Our area is surrounded by Menlo Park on 3 sides, but technically falls under the San Mateo County jurisdiction. In reality, this means we fall through the cracks. Neither the city nor the county fully takes responsibility for our needs. The consequences are real. We've been left out of 6 approved and funded road safety projects, and the Y intersection in our neighborhood, which is where I live, which is already pretty dangerous, has seen multiple accidents. In fact, we had one just last week, and it was bad enough where I couldn't get into my home. It's a direct result of our area being left, being sort of stuck in this jurisdictional no man's land. Emergency response is also compromised. That the sheriff's office that serves us is 2 towns away. It's not acceptable when lives and safety are at stake. And despite all this, our neighborhood would potentially bring in over $1 million in annual tax revenue, the revenue that could really benefit the city of Menlo Park if annexation is pursued in earnest. We shop here, we send our kids here to school here. We are already part of this community, and in every meaningful way, except on paper. So I simply ask you to sort of reflect on this reality and take our tax money and please welcome us with warm, loving hands. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Lynn Bramlett, followed by Pam Jones.
Good morning, Council. I want to thank you for your time-consuming and often thankless service, and the staff for their hard work, too. So I'm Lynn Bramlett, District 3 resident, community volunteer, and public safety advocate. I propose that Council prioritize public safety to prevent housing displacements, and there are people and groups willing to help and programs that we could replicate. So we don't have to have a time-consuming effort. specifically soft story retrofits and wildfire risk reduction. So in case you didn't know, the soft stories, we have more than 200 soft story residential buildings throughout Menlo Park, with most in District 3. These are known for potential building failure following earthquakes, and the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake may have weakened them. This is all as per Spur and other sources. So they can be retrofitted relatively cost effectively. And I will be following up with you on this. The second topic is wildfires. So our risk continues to grow. And I speak as someone attending seminars. Actually, wildfires scare me more than earthquakes now. And because of climate change, our risk just continues. And there are things that we can do. And I think the time to act is now. You know, should our buildings fail? Should we have a major wildfire? It's serious. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Lauren Smedley.
Good morning, Pam Jones, resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood, and I'm speaking for myself. I actually have two things. One, trash removal was at 3%, but I believe that it's a problem throughout the city. Just a lot of times we don't say anything. I'd like to suggest that you have a meeting of the community asking for input on what the problem is, but mostly how can we solve the problem? There's a way, residents generally will know the way to solve the problem. The second thing is just a point of information that came to me while the people in the triangle were speaking. And that is in the San Mateo County housing element, it was originally identified as an area for housing. It didn't get on the list for various reasons, but I just thought maybe that would be another impetus for you to help get them to get them annexed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Lauren Smedley, followed by Adrian Silva.
Thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lauren Smedley, and I'm a senior living in Menlo Park, and I am also here with the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. Alongside Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, I would like to strongly encourage Menlo Park to keep climate action, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience as a top priority for this year. Though we may not have the power as a town to stop climate change, we can certainly increase our efforts to mitigate the damages it will have on us. Ensuring that this remains a priority on the list will ensure the safety of our residents as the effects of climate change become more extreme. Apart from climate change, plastic pollution is also another major threat to our environment. This is why I would like to suggest that Menlo Park joins the San Mateo County Model Ordinance on disposable foodware, requiring that most foodware items not be made of plastic and composed of natural fibers. Currently, Menlo Park is one of only 3 out of the 20 jurisdictions in San Mateo County not to follow this model ordinance, and I think it's time we joined in the efforts to limit our plastic pollution and the effects it has on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Adrian Silva, followed by Marlene Santoy.
Good morning, City Council. The City of Menlo Park must continue to prioritize safe routes to school for our children. Encinal Elementary was built in 1980. For 45 years, members of this community have sent children to this school without a proper sidewalk or adequate bicycle infrastructure. Current conditions along Encinal Avenue include a 12-foot wide lanes that encourage speeding, non-existing school zone or speed limit signage, a narrow unprotected Class 2 bike lane, and a dirt shoulder that turns to mud during the winter. During arrival and dismissal, parents and kids walking and biking have to share the space with high volume of vehicle traffic and parked cars that block the shoulder or bike lane. These unsafe conditions discourage parents from walking or biking to school. According to the latest travel tally information from the San Mateo County Office of Education, over 60% of students arrive to Encinal Elementary by car. Maybe 30 or 40 years ago, there was less car traffic and it was a little bit safer, but today the increased vehicle traffic, speeds, and digital distractions have changed the situation. The city's transportation master plan identified Encinal Avenue as an area for improvement. Currently identified as a Tier 2 project, Project 179, known as the Encinal Avenue Corridor Mobility Project, proposes a sidewalk on the north side of the street. The city should prioritize studying this corridor to develop a concrete plan for improvements. Please, City Council, let's prioritize improving walking and biking to Encinal Elementary so that future generations of Menlo Park parents have a choice for getting their kids to school safely. The city should conduct a walkout in the area and work in tandem with the city of Atherton to implement low-cost, quick-build solutions that can have a sizable impact on the safety of our children.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Marlene Santoy, followed by Sherry Zaslowski.
Hi, council and city staff. I'm Marlene Santoyo. I am a resident and organizer in Bellhaven, speaking for myself. We took about 4 years to get the housing element, environmental justice and safety element approved, and we need to take urgent action to implement these elements. Bellhaven residents have been saying the same thing over and over for more than 40 years. And most of the housing has been put in D1. We legally cannot do that anymore. And it's really hard for me to come here and hear people not want housing in a downtown and think that that's an absurd idea when that's where grocery stores, public transportation is at. It's unheard of to me. And I also think that we need to prioritize safe and sanitary housing. 2 weeks ago, I walked down Terminal Avenue and I saw 5 mattresses throughout the street. That is just showing the displacement that is already occurring and only getting worse. The funds for rent assistance are depleted. We need to implement a plan to continually have funding for that. Safe streets, Willow Road and Newbridge, it's super unsafe to cross. We're always witnessing almost getting hit, car crashes. I live on Willow and constantly hear car crashes. Also, equitable outreach. How are we going to get people to our meetings and knowing about the assistance if we're not providing it in different languages, in language that people understand? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Sherry Zaslowski, followed by Keith Quiggins.
Good morning or afternoon. I'm not sure which we're at yet. Council, Mayor Combs and council members. I really like the placement today, which I think accentuates the fact that we are all here on the same level. It's not the council on the dais talking down to the residents. And I think the most important priority didn't make it on your list. What is that priority? The preservation of Menlo Park. Preserving what we most love and value about our city. And I'm here to help you with that priority. There are 2 ways that you can fulfill it. The first, and I won't go into details, is by revising the housing element, simply instructing staff to send a letter to HCD that we need to withdraw the downtown parking lots and find alternatives there. And the minute you do that, you get a twofer, because you will open the floodgates of new businesses wanting to come in when they know they're assured of having their parking spaces and so forth. And the second one is the Sunset Project, which the city really needs to stop. And you might, if you haven't already, reach out to Palo Alto. They are very concerned about this as well. And there are many possibilities, including it's never going to pass city. And either Menlo Park or both cities might consider a purchase, a negotiation and a purchase of the property. So those are the priorities I believe are at the very top of the list. Thank you, Council.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Keith Quiggins. Keith, you should be able to unmute.
Good morning, City Council. Thanks for having me again. I'm a Menlo Park business owner and president of the Menlo Park Design District. My priorities are, of course, focused on downtown. Number 1 being that we don't destroy downtown by putting the housing on the parking lots. Number 2 would be the reopening of the stretch of Santa Cruz between Starbucks and Left Bank, because it only benefits a single business, which is not fair to anybody else, and it impedes people leaving and coming into downtown. And third would be we have to do something about upgrading downtown with some facade program the parks, the parkland where the planters are, the signage, all of it needs to be upgraded. We do not look like a first-class city here anymore. And you look at other towns like Burlingame that are doing a good job, I think you'll get a perfect example of where direction we should go in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Ming Chen.
Good morning, City Council and public. Thanks for your work and the opportunity to speak here. My name is Ming Cheng, and I live in the Marquis Townhomes on Encinal. I'm here representing a multitude of Menlo Park residents and businesses within the earshot of the train tracks. We're asking you to please continue to advance the quiet zone. Over the past years, the council members have heard from hundreds of people eager to quiet the train horns. Residents have talked and written about the impact of the horns on their everyday lives. Medical professionals have shared the scientific studies about the harmful impacts of the horns on sleep, heart health, and hearing, especially for kids. And local businesses have revealed how the horns are harming their businesses by disturbing and in many cases driving away customers and hotel guests. We know that the quiet zone has a tremendously positive impact on the subjects to the blasts, and all of Atherton is now a quiet zone, and Palo Alto will be adding one just south of the creek later this year. As we've seen in your priority setting survey, the quiet zone has an extensive community support. Rather than packing the council members today with lots of speakers and adding to what is already a long meeting, we hope you will accept my comment on behalf of many. The community is greatly appreciative of all your support to date, and we urge you to continue the effort. We're here to help in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Alexa Leon Prado. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, my name is Lex Leon Prado. I am a District 5 resident, and I was just wanted to echo that I think that I really do care about our binding our housing project. I really do not believe it should be in downtown. I am disappointed about how the staff prioritized the budget. It literally says additional priorities. When you look at downtown and business revitalization, even though it gets 31%, which is similar to safe routes and emergency disaster relief, I mean, and climate action, you have 168 people who actually who took the poll and said that the revitalization of downtown was very important. I echo the other members other speakers who've said that we really do need to have a revitalized downtown, like Town and Country, like Los Altos, like Palo Alto, and there are other places for us to move this housing element. I'm even willing to look at the area near Stanford Hills, other places, but let's please make sure that our downtown is revitalized and is a place that we can all love and cherish, and not spend years, doing just parking management and construction, but instead are truly enjoying it and rebuilding it and revitalizing it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Ron Snow, followed by Susanna Hill. Ron, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Yeah, I'm going to lower my hand. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. I see Susanna Hill, your hand is also down. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Otherwise, this will be our final call for public comment on item C1, priority setting workshop. Okay, I have no further hands or cards at this time, Mayor Combs.
All right, thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. And so do we want to bring it to a council discussion for a bit before taking a break and continuing our, because I think we're running a little ahead, maybe a rare occasion for the Menlo Park City Council.
So thanks, Mayor Combs. We actually have
We will actually have a little break for lunch as well, and we'll have food for the public from Draeger's coming. It's not here just yet because we're running ahead, like you said. So we could actually take the next presentation if you'd like on the environmental justice element. We have 30 minutes on.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So with that, I would like to introduce our senior planner, Calvin Chan, and our sustainability manager, Rachel Launder, and they'll be co-presenting on the environmental justice element.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. Good morning, members of the community. My name is Rachel Launder. I'm the City Sustainability Manager.
Good morning, everyone. I am Calvin Chan. I'm a senior planner with the Community Development Department.
We are pleased to be here this morning to discuss the city's environmental justice element, also referred to as the EJ. This discussion is part of implementing the EJ, which includes having City Council consider EJ priorities at the annual priority setting workshop. We'll start by providing background on the EJ, and we'll review community identified priorities, sharing highlights from our first year of implementation, and looking forward to priorities for the next fiscal year. We'll have ample time for discussion and council feedback.
And so beginning with some background, in September of last year, the city adopted its first environmental justice or EJ element, and this was part of an overarching housing element update project, which included concurrent updates to our housing element as well as our safety element. The city led an inclusive, intentional, and equitable planning process with over 15 outreach events as well as additional digital outreaches over a span of approximately 3 years. The outreach really focused on empowering the voices of Menlo Park's underserved Bellhaven and Bayfront communities, which is generally the portion of Menlo Park that is north of the 101 highway.
The Bellhaven and Bayfront neighborhoods are racialized communities with minority and low-income populations that have been historically underrepresented in planning and civic processes in Menlo Park. Approximately 65% of the Bellhaven households are low-income, and non-white residents make up approximately 85% of the neighborhood. To reduce or remove those disparities and inequities, Menlo Park committed to extensive community engagement to develop an EJ element, including a policy and reporting framework through the EJ Element Action Guide. The EJ Element and Action Guide address the community's environmental justice needs and support good health.
The EJ element includes a total of 7 different goals, which correspond to required topic areas for EJ element development with guidelines from the state of California. The 7 goals can be seen within your staff report today, specifically on PDF page 574, if you'd like to follow along. The EJ goals include addressing unique and compounded health risks, encouraging physical activity and active transportation, and creating equitable civic and community engagement, among other topic areas. Over the 3 years of EJ element preparation, staff supported the community in refining the language of these goals, as well as identifying 3 top priorities, which we see on our screen. These priorities are, number 1, to provide safe, sanitary, and stable homes. Number 2, to promote access to high quality and affordable food. And number 3, to reduce pollution exposure and improve air quality. Today's discussion will focus on the top 3 community identified priorities. However, it is also important to keep in mind the overall 7 goals of the overarching EJ element. We will now take a few moments on the next slide to talk about some of the celebrations and the work that has been accomplished in our last fiscal year. We prepared a small snapshot to highlight some of these things. Last June, the City Council approved $1 million in transfer from the Bayfront Mitigation Fund to establish a new EJ Element Implementation Fund. The city also pursued development of the anti-displacement strategy for Menlo Park, particularly focusing in the Bellhaven neighborhood. The city also conducted a variety of outreach to share housing resources and supported other projects such as the new Oak Gardens housing community for veterans and their families. The city provided permitting in 2024 and also provided funding about $2 million.
We'll continue on with some of the highlights from this past fiscal year. The Climate Action Plan scope of work was updated with a focus on community priorities related to air quality, education, and outreach. The city tree team planted new trees along both sides of US 101 Sound Walls and in Belhaven community neighborhoods. And our Library and Community Services Department continued providing equitable access to BHCC programs. And in May 2024, a hyperlocal resident enrollment fee program began, which now has approximately 1,400 residents registered to receive the lower cost fees. The Belhaven Traffic Calming Project was completed to help reduce speeds and cut through traffic traveling through the neighborhood to reach destinations outside of the area, particularly around our schools. And planning also worked towards launching a dedicated EJ Element webpage intended to be a hub of information for everything related to advancing environmental justice in Menlo Park.
We'll take a moment to show our new EJ Element webpage, which we're very excited that launched just this past week. This new webpage is menlopark.gov/EJ Element. This webpage includes an executive summary of the element, linked to the plan, as well as highlighting the top 3 community identified priorities, as well as linking to the activities that have progressed. Each priority tile talks about the different EJ goals, as well as the supporting policies, programs, and action items. And this can all be accessed as a one-stop shop for everything related to EJ that will progress and grow over time.
As we move into this next phase of implementation, the sustainability team will be building on Senior Planner Calvin Chan's leadership to work across departments with community-based organizations and with our community members to bring to life the policy, goals, and programs identified in the EJ Element. This interdepartmental team is evaluating various funding sources, including the EJ Implementation Fund, which Senior Planner already mentioned over here. And we'll also be looking at our staff capacity to advance these key priorities. We also know that community engagement does not stop with the adoption of the plan, and the community will continue to be an important part of implementing the EJ. A detailed report of the EJ program implementation activity is provided within the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report, which will be reviewed by the Planning Commission on March 24th and City Council on March 25th.
The next few slides will highlight some of the community's most frequently identified topics of interest among the top 3 goals or priorities for advancing environmental justice in Menlo Park. These bullet points highlight city efforts that are already underway. Starting with EJ Element priority number 1, providing safe, sanitary, and stable homes, staff will work collaboratively to continue implementation of programs such as the development of our anti-displacement strategy, as well as continuing to conduct outreach connecting residents to resources. The anti-displacement strategy community meetings were held last year, and staff looks forward to launching a community survey in the near future. Additionally, the city was recently awarded a $250,000 grant, which will assist with implementation. The second community priority centers around promoting access to high quality and affordable food. Staff will continue outreach regarding food assistance programs, as well as looking at ways to increase access to healthy foods and establishing community gardens.
The third community identified priority is to reduce pollution exposure and improve indoor air quality. We plan to build on partnerships to remove gas appliances from buildings, which we've already started with Climate Resilient Communities and Peninsula Clean Energy, electrifying homes in Belhaven. We will also continue efforts to pursue developing an urban forest management plan while planting trees with community members in high priority areas. Much of the priority work of the EJ is already underway. We've received funding for some of the programs and are identifying staff recommendations for other priority programs. As a reminder, the City Council will have the opportunity to review detailed progress next week. But for today's discussion, staff is seeking feedback on the community identified programs and are looking for confirmation on our approach to continue scoping and return to council with next steps for implementation across these community identified priority areas. And so with that, we can move into questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So I'll bring it to the council. Are there any questions from staff? Excuse me, questions for staff as it relates to the EJ element or direction, confirmation that direction is appropriate? Yeah, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation with the progress, and happy this is on our agenda for next Tuesday. Just had a couple, well, first question is, when you stated that there's a project team, is that community development, sustainability, planning? Like, who is the project team? The interdepartmental team?
Sure, I can provide a little more context. So the project initiated with developing the environmental justice element. The community development department was leading that through our planning division, and our senior planner, Calvin Chan, was leading that team. So working with a point person or several point people across departments to identify actions, review materials, and think about plans for implementation. And so as we've moved into implementation, the work will be living under the sustainability team within the city manager's office. So Calvin Chan will continue to be an important part of that implementation team, as will all of the other employees who contributed to developing the EJ and action guide. So we're looking at colleagues in Public Works, Library and Community Services, PD, across the city departments.
Thank you. And I have not had a chance to review the website, but I'm very excited to do so. Just have a couple other questions. You mentioned that, what is a high priority area? This is for the tree planting?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so when we first started scoping this project last year through a CAL FIRE grant opportunity, we worked with our city arborist, Jillian Keller, to map out locations for trees. And these were based on areas that would be good for planting, that community had identified, and that she was looking for funding support to plant trees there. And part of the mapping activity was also identifying sites where we could have events and bring community members out to plant trees with our city tree team. So I don't have that map pulled up right now, but we do have specific coordinates for where we would like to plant trees, as well as species identified.
Thank you. And just a little bit more about trees. I know that there's concerns over the years because trees were cut around the freeway on both sides in District 1 and District 2. I don't know if we have an accurate tree count, but I'm looking at, if 3 trees are cut down, how many trees are we planting to replace it? And so, and I know it's difficult to do a one-to-one, but however close we can get to that would be helpful, because I see a need of anywhere from 300 to 400 trees being planted as opposed to just 50. So I'm not sure if that's possible.
Are you speaking specifically for that interchange area?
Yes. Because there is a huge gap between the sound wall and the freeway. Currently, had a couple other questions, and this is just a comment. I know that there's a housing guide that the city put together, and I'm wondering if we can add the city program of, I think it's called the relocation assistance. If we can add that to the housing guide, because it's not on there, I believe. I just have a few more comments, Mayor Combs, unless someone else has something at the moment.
I mean, if you want, I can chime in and then.
Okay, go ahead.
Give you, yeah, totally.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work. And again, this is just, I know this is going to come to us again. But given just my general feedback, and I'll start by echoing, like, when you say like plant trees, like that's a real thing. I understand that. Yes, let's plant more trees. Let's understand where trees are being planted. And here, though, it would be great to see that like how that relates to other efforts. So there is the landscaping in connection with the 101 off-ramp, on-ramp. And to have that reflected, like, right, in some sort of strategy for planting trees, and where that plan actually, our project stands, I think is important because again, that moves it into like a real thing. I will say like my general sort of bias is like when I see things like strategy, outreach, increase, like, right, I don't know what that really means. um and I want to get to understanding like what is the very specific things that the city can do that sort of fits within the purview of a city to do, like, right, and to do all that we can in that that in that vein. So again, just and I know there's lots of work, but like sort of conduct air quality education and outreach. Again, I don't know exactly what that is, like, right? But I know what planting trees. I know planting trees improves air quality. And so if we're going to do more of that, then that's great. Like if we're going to do more things that we think actually improves the air quality, that's great. If we're going to outreach to people to remind them that the air quality isn't so great, I don't know what the value of that is. They already know that. We know that. So then again, like increase healthy food access. Again, don't know exactly what that is. If we're going to do more things to try to encourage or create a space for food providers or a more full service grocery store, which that community has asked for a number of years, like I think that is a real thing, and we can try that and fail, like right there because we aren't a grocery store provider. So, but are there very specific things we can do to try to encourage? Have we reached out to, do we have a plan to, like, right, reach out to, grocery companies? I think that's where I would want to see, like where we're, again, this is something not in the city's purview, providing food access, but encouraging businesses to operate in the city that are food providers is something that fits. And so and again, I'm I do want to appreciate that I'm working off staff reports and the presentation, and I know that this is just the tip of the iceberg for all of the work that you guys are doing, and so don't want to give the impression to you or to the public that there isn't even underneath all of these things a lot of work being done. So hopefully that help gave you some time.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. My last comment is just around the community identified priorities. With priority 3 for improve air quality, is that indoor and outdoor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my only comment.
First off, just wanted to say thank you to staff for working on this. And I really appreciate the intersection of housing, food security, climate, and staying focused on what the community is really consistently telling us that they need. One thing I'd say is I was fortunate to be at Thursday's meeting with Sustainability Manager Launder, members of the EQC in the Belhaven community, and really seeing firsthand the ongoing engagement and what I think was the Belhaven leaders' appreciation of the fact that there were people there and they were engaged and they were listening, and the residents are definitely helping shape that next level of specificity to kind of get us there. So I won't bore everybody with the recap of what that looked like, but it was a continual solicitation of what does that next level of detail look like. Because that presentation on Thursday focused on anti-displacement strategy, I'm just curious if we have a ballpark feeling for how long do we feel like the first draft of that will take? I know there were a lot of ideas surfaced on Thursday, but do we have a sense of when a first draft might be shaped and could potentially come in front of council for feedback?
As far as some recent activities, I can report that in November of last year, there were 2 community meetings that were held in English and Spanish. And currently the housing team is working on collecting those responses and then also preparing a community-wide survey that they expect to be launching soon to further identify some of those priorities and really get a good sense of what the community feels is most impactful to providing safe, sanitary, and stable homes. But in terms of like a larger timeline, I don't have that specific information.
We're working for a summer first draft.
Okay, yeah, I'd heard about the survey on Thursday night. I was more, I think the anti-displacement strategy could be potentially really powerful based on the feedback that I heard. So I understand the housing umbrella is great, but that item in particular, I think got a lot of response on Thursday, so thanks.
So I'm very happy to see all these this information and the top priorities. I think that the anti-displacement will really be hopefully life-changing for some people. Councilmember Taylor and I attended the anti-displacement meeting, and which was really well done. The disappointment was that there were not that many community members there. I'm really happy to hear that you are doing survey work and getting more input, but I think that whatever we can do to support that policy will be very, very beneficial, not only to people in Bellhaven and the Bayfront, but throughout Menlo Park. I know that we are having these displacement issues. And I'm very pleased to hear that the tree planting is continuing and that we are looking at ways to provide more healthy food. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's some feedback and direction. Wait, you're gonna get more.
This could wait until Tuesday, but I think one of the asks from community members have been over the years is to have data. So if we have displacement data, and for me, I would go back to actually 2016 because the data will inform, I think, the policy and the programs. And right now, we don't have any. So if that's possible. And I think that's more important than actually doing this survey, looking back to see just how many times we've done outreach and where that information is and what we've done with the information. If there's, going back to the Bellhaven visioning, if there's things on that list that we haven't done. So I'm just being cautious about continually going back to the community with another survey, because I think we just had one for aquatics. So I'm not sure I support another survey. I think I support more action-oriented items, and to me, the survey isn't it. There are 4 community-based organizations, well, 3 officially. One is the Neighborhood Association, but if there needs to be a core team that can provide input outside of doing surveys, but looking at the data and then providing some direction and input that you bring to the council, I think would be a more efficient use of time. The longer we wait each time a new, I'll just say the BMR program, each time a project comes forward that appears to be something that will help people get housed is actually what is pushing folks out. So the longer we wait, the more displacement exists. So I think looking at that data, do we have 100 residents being displaced annually? Is it 50? Like if we knew that number, because the longer we wait, the more people are displaced. And I think that's a part of the frustration. Community members support what the city's doing. It's just, okay, another survey. It's not going to be, I think, received well. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I will echo it, not specifically as in relation to this, but you know, I think the main survey is election day. And then that creates this focus group and of the city council, and the extent to which, you know, we are doing something or going in a direction that residents don't appreciate or don't agree with, then not too long around the corner is another election day. And so I do think that is, we get into this, you know, analysis paralysis A lot of times it's not uncommon to our city, but I think in a lot of cases it's just let's do things. And the extent to which the residents don't think it is responding to their needs, then we will hear from them. And so again, like I said, that's not specific to this situation. That's something I think across just the way we tend to historically engage, and sometimes seeking consensus that is like always not going to quite be there. So, were you going to say something, Councilman?
Yeah, I just wanted to build on that a little bit, and I wrote down community grocery store based on what the mayor said, and then I realized I didn't know whether that was in the large EJ list. It's been a while since I've looked at the full list, so it might be something, given that that was tied to various development projects that are in a little bit of a limbo state. It might be good to see if we could potentially slot that as a practical item under priority number 2 there. So, and we can talk about that more in future meetings. It just triggered this idea of let's take tangible action to move something forward if we can do it.
I'd love to know a little bit more, maybe not at this meeting, but what you're talking about, since the city cannot be in the business of providing providing a grocery store. What I would be very interested in, which we've talked about over the years, is and strongly encouraging developers, especially as they're bringing new, more residents to the Bayfront area, to include retail and especially a grocery store with their project. We know that there is one that will be coming with Willow Village, if that and when that comes, but it would be nice to, it would be good to encourage others to provide retail and services to the growing population there.
Just to clarify, yeah, I was thinking Willow Village was delayed, so could we look at alternates, and definitely not suggesting the city get in the grocery business, but could we, accelerate other since our plan A, it doesn't seem to be moving that quickly, could we work on a plan B of talking to potential grocers and other things? So yeah, not that we'd want to do it ourselves, but anyway, just food for thought, and we can talk more about it on Tuesday.
I think the city manager wants to get in the grocery business. All right. So with that, I think I'll transition us to a break, correct? And we will be, I know that we have public comment, then we went to the EJ element. We will have a substantive discussion about all of the things we received during public comment as a part of the larger priority setting workshop. So stay tuned.
What time?
What?
12?
Yeah, if it's
12.
12, yeah. I'm
Great,
good with
thank
12.
you.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I see that we have everybody back on our main table. I'll go ahead and bring down our recess slide.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And there's still, I think there's still food there at the back, and so feel free to continue to get some if you'd like. And I know we're coming back late. Even when we went into the break, the vice mayor doubted that we were actually going to be back at 12. So, and she was accurate in that doubting. So we're gonna go to staff now, and they're gonna walk us through the next step in the priority setting process.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Okay, so the overview of priority setting for this year is that we are hoping the city council could select their top 4 or 5 priorities. In the past, we've had 4 and 5 in the past few years. It is good to acknowledge that city operations and delivery of our basic core services are really the primary focus for the majority of city staff through this process. When top priorities are selected, we as city staff will elevate them throughout our city communications to help tell our story as a community, connect a priority to a project that maybe we promote through the weekly digest as an example. We will also use the top priorities to inform budget development and then create that city council priorities work plan, which is the current one is attached as to the staff report. And then we will ensure ongoing transparency of reporting through our webpage, through the work plan report outs, and more. Our current top priorities are on the slide here. Climate action, emergency disaster preparedness, housing, and safe routes. We also have them on our website, menlo.org, menlopark.gov/priorities. And really for city council discussion today is, do the current city council priorities still apply? That was a question we asked in the online survey. And should an additional priority be added to create a top 5? So I would pass it back to you, Mayor.
Okay, and I will pass it to my council colleagues to provide some direction or discussion in connection with the current city priorities and your thoughts on where we stand with them. Should they continue to be priorities? I will say I'll kick off this part of the discussion and just to sort of maybe frame it is there's a saying like if everything is a priority, nothing's a priority. And so, but then if you keep the priorities the same every year, does that have a similar effect? Does it, then it's like, then it becomes just a business as usual? Like, should we be looking at this as a scenario in which priorities are those things of which not only are important, but we feel the additional attention provides some value, versus things that may be like important but more mature, and so there isn't as much possible value in the additional attention and support that comes with being listed as a priority. Again, just from a private industry perspective, that's well, not all, but that's kind of one of the ways in which we look at priorities, and that like it's not just that it's important, but that it is something that the additional, it's in a more nascent state that could actually get value from that additional attention. So I'll just throw that framing out there. We can discuss that. We can take it in a different direction. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I actually have a couple of clarifying questions, and this is based on public comment. With our current priority is safe routes, is that the mission infrastructure, education, programs? Just wanted to find out about that. And then also the difference between projects and priorities. I think when it comes to our existing list. And then also, does the order of our priority matter? On our list, it says climate action is number one. Does that mean it's number one, or is everything technically number one?
I'll start with the last question. Our list is in alphabetical order. So we didn't assign any hierarchy there to how we present them. And regarding projects versus priorities, today's focus really is on high-level top priorities, and then we build the work plan to fill in the project level information. And for example, the work plan right now has 54 items on it under the top 4 priorities. Your question about safe routes was about infrastructure versus education programs. I would say it contains both. For example, we continue to implement the Safe Routes to School program, and that also contains education. But there is a variety of infrastructure projects on the list right now on the work plan.
I have a follow-up question. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Stolte. And that is, with Safe Routes, is it citywide, and are the projects citywide, or is it school district specific, or is it school specific?
It is citywide, I'm being told.
Thank you.
So I will take a first pass at this. And basically, I believe that all the current priorities as umbrella priorities are spot on. And in addition to that, I believe that we should be adding a downtown priority, which I would tend to call downtown vibrancy. I think it's something that was also came out in the public feedback, and we've heard time and time again, but basically because so much is going on downtown, we really need an overall focus, and I believe we need a new visioning or perspective on just what will it take to make downtown vibrant, to make it work with assuming that the RFQ that we do get strong options, proposals for downtown, just how do we make all this work? Also with the parklets, the street, looking at, as has been said, at the infrastructure, there's some infrastructure that's old and worn downtown that really doesn't need to be there anymore, such as the phone booths, which are now being used for other purposes. And things such as the kiosks look old and worn. Planters need to be refurbished. I'm really pleased to see that we are doing some of that. But just sort of reimagining what does the downtown look like? Do we, even to the point where I think we need to look at, do we still want the tree medians? Or is there a better way? Do we want to, is there a need to expand the sidewalks? In which case, do we maybe have to remove those? I personally love trees, so it would be very hard, but I think that we really need to put everything on the table and take a look at what is the best use of the space, what will really be a way to draw residents, customers, visitors downtown and have our businesses thrive. One of the reasons why I would move away from anything that has economic in the title of a priority would be because, first of all, we can set up all of the we can set up zoning, we can set up things to encourage people to rent their or lease their space, but we cannot actually lease the space. So vacancies, we have some control over, but ultimate control becomes the private property owners. And I do think that we should, as part of this, actually go into looking at the uses. There's been a lot of discussion about some of the vacancies are due to our restricted uses downtown. And we really have to have a holistic, just look at the whole picture on that. One of the pieces that people have suggested is having, for example, having yoga studios, having gyms downtown. Well, with that comes lots of people who generally will want to park. And as you have classes, as one class is going out, the next class is still there. Do we have the sufficient parking, for example, to support some of the uses that are being discussed? Thanks.
And we're going to have a fuller discussion about downtown, and staff is going to provide more info on downtown. I would just tend to agree with you in that approach, but then I'd also frame it up in the sense of, to your point, yes, like downtown, like sort of reimagining it, rethinking it is something that I would say is like in a nascent state. And so it needs what we might consider additional city focus or focus from the city. When I look at some of our other our current priorities, a lot of what I see there, I'll be frank, seems BAU, business as usual stuff. Like, right? It's not that they're in a particular nascent state. And in some cases, and I know Assistant City Manager Stolte, you want to talk about like bigger themes and not actual things, and so that's fine. I'm going to break that rule a bit. But in some cases, like the actual sort of work plan are items that are like us complying with state obligations, right? And so, and again, that could be a priority. That certainly is one way to looking at a priority. It's like not the way I would look at a priority. And so just saying that, like, again, yeah, downtown, and the fact that like at this point we're at 0 and we're gonna have to pivot to really focusing on what we need to think about, or what we want downtown to evolve into, and that is something that definitely needs additional attention. So, but like just continue to throw that out there, council members.
Thanks, Mayor Combs. And I want to, I think I've done priority setting for many years, as the mayor mentioned. I struggled with this one a little bit because I've seen the last couple of these and I walked out feeling good. And then I realized there was something in the process that I struggled with, which was the macro categorization. And so like the word climate is huge. I mean, you guys know my background. So like I thought, well, what does that really mean? And it can get very windy. So I took a really structured approach, and I'll go quickly. I actually had 3 bike rack things I want to mention, but not as priorities. One is city staffing and workforce. I think I'd love to come back to that. Youth engagement in all parts of the city. I'd love to come back to that at some point. And then using union labor on more development projects. So in the spirit of the bike rack, hopefully those come up. I had 3 macro categories, but I want to talk quickly about the subcategorization and the pieces of it. One is housing, one is economic development, which to the Vice Mayor's point, I'm fine tweaking the words, and third is climate. For housing, I think we need to focus on implementing the housing element and the environmental justice component together. That's a nice intersection because the main community priority there is safe, sanitary, and stable housing. But I would want to make sure we keep putting money in that. I was so happy that we put some seed funding in that, but I think we need to keep putting money in the EJ and just stay laser focused on the housing element. The second under housing is I want to see us work on homelessness and safe parking programs. I'm still got the feels for how we ended up voting on the safe parking stuff and working on some of that behind the scenes, but I'd like us to either create our own programs or opt into other multi-city programs on both of those. And I know the city manager and team are looking at a lot of that, but I would ask us to make those a priority in our housing stack. And then the third, which I know has come up in the past, is I feel pretty strongly that we need to eliminate the minimum lot size zoning restrictions that we have. Because I'm the liaison to the Planning Commission, I've been sounding them out about what does this really do to city staff and resources, and the fact that we have to adjudicate every single thing, it seems like. And so, just Planning Commission's coming up. There are 3 items. They're all use permit based. It's a bit of a grind, which I think we can talk about in more detail, but I would ask us to focus on that under the housing umbrella. Under economic development, I'd like to see a 3-year plan for whatever we call that, whether it's economic development or revitalization. I'd like to include what we call downtown, but I'm not sure why we don't also talk about Bellhaven and, revitalizing economic development to me feels like it should be a whole city discussion versus just downtown. But I'd like to see a tangible 3-year plan. I'd like to see staff and budget to make progress each year against that plan. And then the third kind of priority area is integrated transportation. So parking, downtown circulation, a transportation demand management plan, and quiet zone, I think we could loop under there as well. That's about transportation and quality of life. And then under climate, the last thing, specifically, I want to see us work on building code amendments to encourage new electrification, appliance adoption, and replacements. Just this next generation, we need to kind of keep pushing the envelope there. And this is what I mean. Climate could be many, many things, but that one's going to really move us forward. Safe biking routes through the city, that'll save VMT. I debated that versus EV, but I think biking kind of has a nice intersection of climate and safety. And then the third program is really progress on the urban forest management plan. Go beyond finding another grant. Let's spend that $250K. Let's keep working on that as a third climate priority. So I would encourage us to maybe double click down under these big macro topics and just cement on what are the 3 or 4 things we really want to see under some of these areas. And the city staff can decide, but I just want to weigh in and give you my view of what I think should be some of the priorities. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. So I agree with a lot of what's already been discussed. I also would like to see some sort of downtown vibrancy be added to the list. Going back to your comments, Councilmember Schmidt. So, and I completely agree that a lot of these priorities are interrelated and really can't be separated. However, I guess my concern is it kind of sounded like you want to combine climate action, emergency and disaster preparedness, and housing. Is that, yeah, let me.
Oh, the 3 macro were housing is 1, economic development is 2, and climate is 3. But I was just trying to break those down because I feel like those words in and of themselves are so open to interpretation. So yeah, those are my 3.
I guess I really like the idea of, having measurable goals. I think it's very valuable. I think I completely agree that a lot of these are interrelated. I guess my concern is I would look to staff to ask if we are combining things, and narrowing it down, are we really adding too much work that we don't have the staff capacity for? So I just want to be sensitive to that in thinking about this. But I do like the idea.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Taylor. No, I was, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Combs. Add to this. Downtown, I'm very supportive of having something specific about downtown and a visioning, because I think there needs to be discussion about capital improvement projects for downtown, also the downtown parking lots and downtown street closures. I think the downtown needs a discussion in itself and about what the city can do as far as investment, because it definitely needs financial investment. I also believe that there needs to be attention paid to citywide businesses. So it's not just downtown that has vacancies. Just looking at citywide, what's happening in our business, the different business districts in our city. The other is if an item doesn't end up on our priority list, does that mean that it can it live in our work plan for our commissions? Possibly. So whether it's a TDM, I do like I'm not sure if I would waive all the requirements as far as the substandard lots, but I know that there are some challenges for folks when it comes to the permitting process, and it ends up at the Planning Commission, which I think Mayor Combs had some ideas a couple years ago about that. But in order to get something like that done, does that mean it has to be on the priority list? So I'm just trying to make sure, as Mr. Stulte said, that we stick to that high level, and then the work plan has the details to what we want to do. So I'm supportive of that idea, because here we're just deciding on the priorities. As far as what that priority looks like is something that comes next with our work plan and then the budget. An item that I did want to add to our list, I tried this last year. And I believe that because of where we are, not just as a city and as a county, what's happening with our youth. I do not have a specific initiative for our youth. I know that we need to invest in our children, and that's anyone under 18. So I don't know if that needs to be a priority to receive some attention and funding and a work plan, or if that can be done in tandem, because it needs to go further than just youth engagement. What else besides the engagement? Our youth need to be involved in our climate action. They need to be involved in emergency and disaster preparedness. They definitely need to be involved in housing, safe routes, and downtown vibrancy. So do we need to make youth and our young children a priority, or can it automatically live within the work plans for each individual priority? So, and that's kind of a question for staff, because if it can, then I won't advocate for it to be a priority. If it can't, then I will.
I think your feedback, other feedback we've heard today that are at the project level and building out the work plan, I think we could take that into consideration as we build it out. If the council as a whole is amenable to focusing on having a youth focus in all of our priorities and building out the work plan that way, I think we could think through ways to build the work plan out. And then you'll also see the work plan at a city council meeting and have an opportunity to discuss it further and provide direction too.
Thank you.
Just while we're on this note, I know we've talked about this briefly before at a previous city council meeting, but in the same vein, I think a lot of the feedback we get is around outreach in general and how that works. So while I don't think it makes sense to add as a priority, I think as we're working through the work plan, I think outreach needs to be something we do need to consider. And I'm very happy to also add youth to that, not necessarily just an outreach, but how they can, how we can incorporate them into these projects.
Two quick things to build. So I'm talking to about 4 or 5 high school seniors to get a program like this kicked off. And if there was a potential to maybe do a subcommittee of city council members to kind of keep the ball rolling there, we can figure out how I can let you know what's going on behind the scenes, but happy to do that, but very much aligned to what Councilmember Taylor's talking about. And then the second thing I just wanted to add on so the minimum lot size zoning restrictions, a planning commissioner and I made a run at that a couple of years ago. And, it wasn't a priority. And so I feel pretty strongly that we need to, because of efficiency and how we do things, I feel like, I was sort of told, well, the city council hasn't made that a priority, so we've got other things we have to work on. And so now that I'm a city council member, I want to put that forward as a priority because I feel like that slows things down, and I don't want to go into the detail of why and how, but I would advocate that that's going to free up a lot of staff time and efficiency to work on these other things. We just need to make it a priority. So that's partially why that's on my list. And we have tried to make a run at it when it wasn't a priority, and it didn't make the cut. So that's, yeah, that's why I think it's important to talk about it in this context.
Yeah, I obviously I have some history with the substandard lot issue. You took a run at it 2 years ago. I took a run at it 7 years ago. And it sort of is like we had a discussion and it wasn't a priority, so it wasn't a priority. It becomes circular. Like you have to like propose something that's not a priority for there to be a discussion for it to be a priority. So let's be clear, with substandard lots, the city has historically made a decision that that is not a priority. Right. And that has been a very clear decision. So I don't think we should frame it as something of what wasn't a priority. It wasn't a priority because the city made a determination and has historically made a determination that it is not a priority. There is a clear history when it comes to the use permit process for substandard lots, where at one point, there was the status quo, and then there was a certain leaning on council, and all of a sudden nothing had to go to the planning commission. And I think that council was voted out, and then a new council came in, and then everything had to go to the planning commission, and then that council was voted out. And I know at least the city manager knows all that history, and so then we landed on this murky middle. And so that very specific history, I think, also has to be taken into context. But like I have always been for us devoting time to it and looking at revising it and having a discussion. But to be clear, there still will be residents who very much like the current process because they think that they should have a very clear say on what the house looks like next door to them. And there is some history for that. And so I do want to be clear that like once we delve into it, it may be one of those things that seems like, oh, this is easy. Everyone's going to be aligned and agree with you. But once you delve into it, there's going to be a lot of discussion. And I think it's worth it because we'll see exactly where the city is on that. But I do want to like sort of just broaden us a bit. Because there are two things. One, I do want to like get some signal from the staff on what they are considering bike rack material. And I think when I first proposed my substandard, we used to call bike racks parking lots. But I get it that we moved on to different nomenclature now for that. But I want to get some understanding because I do think the extent to which it's a one way of framing things or putting things or categorizing that don't rise to the overarching sort of priority level. And I just want to make sure that like all of that stuff that should be in the bike rack is in the bike rack, and that's where we're going to store and understand things. The other thing I wanted to just sort of check in with my colleagues in. And there's certainly seems to be, and we're going to have like, some discussion and presentation from staff on specific downtown aspects of downtown. But, and there seems to be some support about adding downtown as a priority. But I want to be clear, I haven't heard where anyone said that they would be interested in taking something off as a priority. And so I just want to have that check in. And so I know Councilmember Schmidt sort of rename some things, but it seemed like you were adding stuff more than taking stuff off. So if there is though, so again, my question to my colleagues, like, is there something that you think should be taken off the priority list going forward? Because I do think that is an important discussion to have on that specific thing. Is there something you want to take off? Yeah, and you're not going to answer mine, but okay.
So my question is, if we take an item off, does that mean that the city stops working on it altogether? Sorry for staring at you, city manager.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. The basic answer is no, the city does not stop working on it. Number of those things are kind of related to core functions that we do provide. I think it is an acknowledgement, and it's important for me to kind of look at the five of you in the eye, is that will mean that we might be approaching it differently than we have been. And there needs to be that, I'll say, like, acknowledgement across staff, the council, the community, to understand, because as the mayor said earlier, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. If something is indeed, I'll use the word like deprioritized in the setting, the work, there will still be work done, but when there's a trade-off that needs to be made about how to allocate some staff resources, I'll bring that to the council and kind of say it would be this or that. And so the council signaling today, after today, when you actually confirm priorities, that would be part of the dialogue between staff and the council, and hopefully make sure that the community's on board as well. But yes, work would continue. It'd be done at a different pace, most likely.
Thank you. That was helpful. And the answer to your question, at the moment, I do not have anything that I want to remove until it becomes a core function that the city automatically does it. So at this time, no, but if there's a convincing argument, I'd love to hear it.
So I have one, given the framing that the city manager just provided, which feels different than previous years. Well, the sort of contextual thing as well. I think on the list, there's also things that fold naturally under another thing. So I don't feel like everything on the list is totally equal in the topics that the survey put forward. So that was partially why I wanted to do a little recategorization. So things like Quiet Zone, we're well down the path. We just need to find some money. I don't feel like that needs to be a citywide priority, but I definitely want us to keep working on it. So the one I would take off the list is emergency and disaster preparedness. The reason why that feels different for me is we now have Brandon, who is amazing. And when this came on, I think it was new and we weren't quite sure. So I don't feel like I would want that to be a pulling back of resources, but of the places where we need to apply new attention and new resources and nascent areas, to the mayor's point, that feels like one that is now on a really good trajectory. So to be clear, doesn't mean we're de-emphasizing it as much as it's not as nascent as it was a year ago, and we have an amazing staff member working on it. So that's when I would vote. Doesn't maybe need to make the top three for those reasons.
So I would not pull any of these off. I agree that if any came off, it would be the emergency and disaster preparedness. But I personally believe we need to leave that on. It is so important when we do have an emergency or disaster that we need to have that there and be for at least another year to really be focused on it. I know we have excellent staff on it at this point. I have not heard a lot of what is actually going on. I think we need more communication out as to what it means, or what exactly is happening, what happens in an emergency, which hopefully we won't find out in real time before we go through that. But I think, and I also prefer leaving the higher level priorities as they are rather than folding them in, because I think while we might understand, oh, this is what it means, I think that having very clear priorities that we have housing, safe routes, climate action, emergency disaster preparedness, and I hope downtown vibrancy or something downtown actually communicates to people who are not always engaged exactly what our priorities are, as opposed to having some that are sort of folded into another one which won't be as clear. I very much agree that we need to bring our youth into the conversation. I think that we've been doing the city has been doing a better job of that, and glad to hear there's more other work going on. I know Councilmember Taylor does a lot on this as well. But I think communication and outreach, as Councilmember Wise stated, and youth are sort of underpinnings, as well as the staffing. to those. And just in a response to, I think we need to focus on downtown. I think citywide, economic development or citywide working with the business community is definitely needed. But I think right now the focus with everything going on downtown needs to be on the downtown, and then hopefully next year, or maybe if we do an amazing job this year, we can go beyond downtown. But I think at the moment, focusing the priorities on the downtown specifically is what is needed. And then branching out and using the practices that we've developed there in other parts of the city, but not to in any way diminish other businesses, other business districts that we need to definitely, everybody needs attention. Regarding the substandard lots, I believe it was last year. Well, first of all, as has been stated, Mayor Combs has been working on this he ran on it his first term, very specifically. And and it's something I believe last year, the council, the 5 of us at that time, were all aligned that yes, it's definitely a priority. It's just what will we take off? And that's when we decided that we really couldn't, no, there wasn't anything we were willing to take off, especially in the community development area with all that's going on. And that's why that has not, well, there's, I think the interest is there, just we don't have unlimited staff. In fact, we have very limited staff and we just couldn't go there. But I think there definitely is an interest in doing that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, this is kind of what I mean by stacking is, like, if you were to say housing element versus substandard lots would always come in second. So that's what I mean is some things are not totally equal. And so that's what I'm trying to kind of tease out of this process a little bit more is, you know, if the stacking of what's equal versus other things that are equal and making trade-offs based on that, it'll lose 100 times out of 100 if it's stacked against the housing element. So I don't think that's a fair stacking, right? If there's an argument to be made for substandard lots. And I was with the disaster preparedness stuff, just to be super clear, I was trying to answer the mayor's question of if we were going to take things off, if we're going to keep 5, then I'm totally great with that being on there. So if the exercise is, I think our top 5 sounds good with the addition of downtown vibrancy, but if we had to narrow it to 3, then I personally would stick with, you know, housing, climate, and the other.
Just to chime in, and I appreciate you being responsive because I do think it was an important prompt, and I would like in this has been the case in past years. Like I would easily narrow it down to 2 or 3 priorities, and so I would also remove emergency and disaster preparedness. Again, I would also remove climate action, just to be clear. So I'm not letting you like hang out there alone. And but I do think because a lot of those things as part of the work plan, I saw as things are sort of baked in as business as usual. And already I think the city has clearly demonstrated that they are things that are important and again part of how the city like normally operates. But it seems as though I just want to it seems as though there is a general alignment on none of the current 4 being removed. And so just to be clear, I would be in favor of removing some things, but it seems as though that's not where the council is. And so if that's the case, then that's good. Yeah. No.
I would just like to add, so I am wondering if we could put emergency and disaster preparedness under climate action, given that we have a staff member devoted to it, and just continue to get updates and more information there, just because it seems, I don't know, while it's, to your point, incredibly important and is something that's easy to be like, oh, we can take this off until, you know, something happens. I think because we have already devoted a good amount of time towards hiring someone and moving in that direction, now that we have someone, is it possible to sort of combine those two? Because I also see emergency and disaster preparedness as directly tied to climate action. I don't think you can separate the two. So that would make sense to me, but open to other ideas.
I mean, I'll just be like, I would be aligned with that. I mean, I want some feedback from staff on whether they feel that like that's an appropriate alignment. That's why for me, it'd be cleaner just to say that like, it's no longer a priority versus saying that like it fits under something else. But I'm welcome to hear. I'm also welcome not to punt this to staff if they would prefer the council to work that out amongst themselves.
I think on the staff side, we definitely see the connection with climate change and risk for emergencies. There's probably some types of emergencies or disasters that are not linked to climate change, like earthquake, for example, or well, yeah. I guess depending on what is spreading in the pandemic, it could or could not be related to climate change. But but we definitely see the crossover there. This is also a topic that on our end, we know is so important just for our organization to be prepared. And that's part of the work that our emergency preparedness coordinator is focused on, is just getting the city truly prepared and in a ready state for emergencies. So we know we have to do that too.
So I didn't hear a no there. So I want to, did you want to, then I do want to sort of really run and with Councilmember Wise's proposal and to see if there is support for that idea of emergency preparedness as a priority, sort of being nested under climate action, and so it not being a priority. I'm assuming since you proposed it, Councilmember Wise, you're supportive of it. Again, like I said, I'd be supportive of it. Is there another council member who would also be supportive of that approach? Okay. Councilmember Taylor, again, is not going to answer my question.
I have a question first. Is not climate action, is emergency and disaster preparedness a part of the EJ?
Yes, I believe it is embedded in there as well, especially around topics like resilience.
Okay. I'm almost there.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I think I would be supportive. This is why this whole stacking thing came into my brain in the first place, was it really is what happens at that next level. So if you were going to tell me, sorry, I'm not looking at Councilmember Wise as the person telling me this, but if folding that under knocked off our discussion about building code amendments and electrification, I'd be less okay with it, right? But if the details tease out in the work plan where we're able to do a bit of both, that to me was the consolidation, right? Because it's really that next level of detail that I feel like, operates more on a 1 to 2 year cycle that we can treat as the priority, the real work beneath the priority. So I would be totally okay with that. And it might mean we reduce a little bit of the work on the climate side and a little bit of work on the disaster preparedness side to make it work. But if it focuses city resources, then I'm okay with it too.
So Councilmember Schmidt seems supportive with an asterisk, but I'm just going to ignore the asterisk and say he's supportive. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Taylor.
So I just looked at staff, very honestly. This is the one piece that I think it is critical for any city to be doing it. So yes, I think that's a good suggestion to put it under climate action. If it doesn't really change anything, I don't know what the, benefit of having 4 versus 5 is. Or anyway, I guess just a question, do you see any benefit or risk of doing this? Is there any change? If there's essentially no change, or if it makes life easier for staff, let's do it.
Maybe one consideration that's in my mind is just from a communications perspective, if we're using top priorities to communicate kind of the values in a way, that's just one thing to consider. But I don't think we're going to stop pursuing all of our emergency preparedness efforts at this point, whether it's grouped under climate action or not. So.
And what is the benefit of having 4 versus 5 priorities?
We've had 5 in the past, so we're open to having 5. I'm completely open to 5. I think it just helps us tell our story as well. 4 is maybe more focused.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, staff, and just remembering just the past 7 years and the amount of effort it took to even have emergency and disaster preparedness on the list. I believe it has been valuable, and it's the reason why we actually have someone in that position because we've allocated funding for it. I'm comfortable with whatever the council comes up with. I think it does show a reflection of the city's values as far as having it on the list. But if you're working on it anyways, to me, that's why I asked the question earlier about our priorities becoming operationalized in the city's practices. And it sounds like that's what's happening. Sort of.
Yes, if I could, with Councilmember Taylor, because you asked the question earlier and just to kind of play off of that, I'm probably leaning towards that for the full operationalizing it, I can't say that. I would say that we need another year. Like, so but I would say like from today's session, we, as part of how we recap things and bring back to the council, understanding to the community as well that it will be kind of, the goal is for it to not be a priority next year. I think that might be a good way between both our organizational needs and where we're at. I think giving it that one last year will enable it to no longer be a priority next year.
With the other priority?
Let's see. So that's a slightly kind of follow up on that question. Okay, great. Yeah. So that's I'm wondering if at some point in time the council wants to go through an exercise of actually establishing relativity across the 4 or 5 priorities. And I'm not sure if that's worthwhile exercise not at this point in time, but maybe again for next year, trying to do that. So I think there could be a indication of how we're communicating things that it currently is like the emergency and disaster preparedness is relatively lesser priority than the other 4 because the idea is to operationalize it by next year.
See, and I would just chime in, like, I don't see priorities as a reflection of values, but as a reflection of an organization of where it feels it needs to focus the most attention. Great. And I think city manager brought up an interesting point, which when you said it clicked in my head that, like, in these sessions or in the city setting priorities, it's never clear to me how something is not made a priority, like what it needs to achieve to no longer be a priority. And that's why we have these scenarios where, like, it's like sort of the living debt, like it's a priority and it never goes away. It's and that's, I think, in thinking of this going forward is something that we should be mindful of, like what do we want to look for as an achievement to suggest that this thing is no longer going to be a priority. But it seems like
I know, revising my position. So
I know.
So I think that's fantastic feedback from staff. So I think, and I do really appreciate your comment, Mayor Combs. So I'm thinking perhaps if staff is comfortable with 5 priorities, we leave it on, and then in our work plan, we come up with those specific items of with the goal of emergency disaster preparedness and what would it mean to take it off next year, just because to Councilmember Taylor's point, to me, this emergency and disaster preparedness absolutely needs to be within the operations of the city. I mean, that's sort of like the basic functions of a city. So I think that is a good way forward if others are supportive.
I think the consensus is there. I would not be supportive. I would be supportive of it rolling on as a priority, but I think I'm the only one who's there. But I do want to make it clear that from my perspective, I think that like what we need to achieve for a priority no longer to be a priority is not just emergency preparedness. I think we should use that framing across all of the current the current priorities. But it looks as though there is we're aligned, or at least the majority of council is aligned on keeping the 4 current priorities and adding downtown, and we're going to go into a discussion on downtown.
Yes, and if I could add, I think the idea of in this work plan, creating the goals and what it would take to get any of these items off the list is a great idea.
Just to, before we switch into to downtown, I just want to sort of bring up 2 key things. One, there has been talk about like youth, and we do have a youth commission. It would be clear. And so like, there is that active engagement to, at least on the city's part, to engage youth. I know they had a makers fair some time ago, and they volunteer at city events. And so I do want to give them a shout out, and also the staff that has supported them. And so, yeah, so I would say that we should certainly look to that as a foundation for like, or at least some part of a youth discussion. But then youth, the idea of something focused on youth then leads me to how I wanted to hopefully conclude this portion of the meeting and be clear from council members. Is there something that you want in the biking rack / parking lot, or that in your mind is in a biking rack / parking lot, so that we can make sure that that's clearly communicated to staff? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm actually wondering what input, if any, you would like about the work plan itself.
Typically what we do is we work interdepartmentally to develop it. And I have heard some feedback from some council members today about interest items in terms of projects. I'm not sure we have a ton of time today to dive into that level of detail, but if there's high level feedback, sure, we're open to hearing it.
I'll just like, I think I'd be most inclined to like, is there an item that you want the staff to think about, follow up on, come back to you on? I versus like having a substantive discussion about the actual items, because I do like, there's some items I'd like to have a discussion about too, but I don't know if there's a time. But if there's something you think is missing, or that you definitely want us to come back to, then I definitely think that should be called out here.
Thank you. Agree. So the one other piece that I would like to call out, and I don't know if this is part of the exactly where it sits, is just I hear and would like to have more focus on enforcement, and specifically traffic enforcement throughout the city. And also, I'm hearing from many people downtown, actually both sides of the issue, but downtown parking enforcement. And so I guess I don't know how that folds in. Some of the downtown maybe next, the next discussion, but just sort of want to put that out there that, and then just again, communication and outreach, the youth, and a focus on city staff filling vacancies, retaining high performers, getting a more stable workforce. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. I would only quickly add, just so again, when it comes to like downtown parking enforcement, the current posture there is directly a result of council direction. And so as long as we're 100% clear, so that that's not something that has fallen through the cracks, council had specific clear direction for city staff based on feedback from businesses downtown. And if we want to do something different, that's totally fine. But I do think it should be framed as like, oh, we want to change our approach to how we're looking at enforcement of parking rules downtown.
Agree.
Yeah.
Thanks, and I agree with the vice mayor. That's a good add, because one of the things that I'm struggling with is the equivalency, and so I for safe routes, I'm trying to think of, is there something more along the lines of transportation that would be more an equivalent to housing and climate and other things? So there's things like downtown circulation, there's things like quiet zone, there's things like what Adina mentions quite regularly about participating in more of these regional structures. It feels like we come close to ever touching on transportation as a macro topic, but I feel like it's getting more and more critical that we talk about it and participate in everything. So if this is a next year decision, I'm totally fine with it, but kind of looking forward, something like Safe Routes feels like a subset of something bigger around transportation and transportation management. Every development has traffic. And so, there's enforcement issues. I just love for us to consider, if we don't do it this year, maybe next year, transportation becomes the category, and maybe that can help us accelerate the staffing and the resourcing and everything else. But Safe Routes doesn't feel equivalent to housing. Transportation does. So that's how I'm starting to think about
So
it.
in the work plan, I think all of that's detailed out exactly as you're talking about it. The safe routes, the TDM, the mobility choices.
Oh, so it's not Safe Routes to School, that's Safe Routes across the
This is,
city?
yes,
Oh, okay.
absolutely.
I misunderstood.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and safe routes to school, I think, is even sort of evolving to safe routes to everywhere.
Oh, okay.
But yes,
I'll-
it's
I'll retract that then, yeah, because I was thinking Safe Routes to School, but.
absolutely,
Yeah, that feels like.
well,
okay.
well beyond that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you retracted, but I do think it becomes an interesting sort of way to look at this. It's like, because if Safe Routes is everything, then it really is just transportation.
Right.
And so then you have transportation as a priority, which you have a city department for. You have housing as a priority, which you have a city department for.
Yep.
You have emergency preparedness, which you have, I mean, then it becomes like, what's the difference? What is a priority other than a regurgitation of what your departments are? Like, and so that's where, again, and I know I'm gonna be quiet because I'm just out here by myself. That's where it is like, I see priorities as a reflection of things that need some specific attention. But I just want, so are we comfortable with like that we have communicated to staff the things that we should be in a parking lot or bike rack or anything else? And I don't, obviously I'm just sort of giving that as a prompt. Is there anything, as I'm closing out this section, that you want to say or communicate to staff? Then take that opportunity now. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. What's currently in the bike rack?
I have a lot of notes here that I'm gonna have to go through, so, but I do have some things pulled to the side. I know there's particular interest in city staffing and overall workforce. There's more to come on that, actually, that we'll share out in June. Youth engagement was a big topic today. I heard using union labor on more development projects from Councilmember Schmidt. Obviously, this substandard lot size was a topic. Engagement in general, there's probably more we could share out on that and maybe connect it more to the idea around youth. Parking enforcement, and then that's kind of my short list. There's probably others in here. And traffic enforcement, parking enforcement.
I have a little bit more clarification and then possibly an item to add. For youth engagement, I know that we have a youth commission. Just in my area of the city, there's probably 8 or 9 high schools that students go to, and I doubt that all of them are on the youth commission. I'm thinking a little bit more broadly, just around children and youth, creating opportunities for children and youth to grow, learn, and play safe and healthy environments. And I know that we have that on one of our building, the plaque over at BHCC, but I'm looking at what more can we do as a city around that specifically, so it goes further than youth engagement. Have a quick question as far as the substandard lots. Is there a waiver process for residents when it comes to that?
It is, as someone who served on the planning commission I'll let the city attorney, but I never saw a waiver come through.
Okay.
I can say that much.
I do not disagree with the mayor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And as far as enforcement, there is a huge issue around overnight parking enforcement. So not just the downtown parking enforcement, but definitely overnight enforcement. And I'm sure the chief has gotten several emails, phone calls, and in-person conversations about that. Thank you.
And I'll say on that one, Councilmember Taylor, the extent to which we don't feel that overnight parking enforcement is being enforced, then that is an aberration to council direction. Like, right, as I've understood it, as it relates to overnight parking enforcement, as it is a thing that happens and should be happening throughout the city, which again is something different than the direction that council has given in connection with downtown parking, which has been a lot more of a permissible approach. And but that to me is like a key distinction versus whether we're saying that like, hey, there's a policy here that doesn't seem to be enforcing versus like, oh, we want to change the direction or policy that we've set in the past. I think that.
Great. And Mayor, I totally appreciate what you're flagging in terms of the policy differences, but just for the sake of the council and the community, the city has been have 50% capacity at parking enforcement for the past 6+ years. So it's a challenge. But good news is I think that there might be somebody who might be going through the proper background process, but it is totally a staffing issue for sure. Not a disrespect of what the requirements are.
As it relates to overnight, yeah. And again, as you can imagine, it's a hard job to fill. Like, right, given the shift, it's not, not someone that, not a position that people are like necessarily breaking down the door to get to. Although really excited to hear that there's someone who is interested in that. So, all right, with that, I'm going to move us on to the next part of the meeting, which is going to be a focus on downtown.
So we will be joined by our interim economic development manager, Fran Dean, for this presentation. Thank you, Fran. Okay, just for some background today, this topic was added to the workshop agenda based on City Council direction from the February 11th City Council meeting due to a City Council initiated item from Mayor Combs. And today we will present some new maps that were created of downtown and we'll provide information on street closures and outdoor dining. So we will turn to the maps first. And for the members of the public that are in attendance, we have printed copies at the back. We also have really large copies on easels if you want to go up and take a look. But there's 4 pages of maps. And if we start on the first, you'll see that these maps are designed to orient the city council to a variety of activities happening downtown. I will talk about street closures and outdoor dining next, but just as we're on this overview map, some things to point out are that the Public Works Department is working with our contractor to replace irrigation equipment and replant medians on Santa Cruz Avenue. We also have in our capital improvement plan a project to resurface city-owned parking plazas 7 and 8. And then finally, as we're aware, the request for qualifications was opened for developer experience and interest on plazas 1, 2, and 3, and those submissions are due at the end of the month. But the discussion today really will center mostly around the street closures. Okay, so the first street closure is Ryan's Lane. And in October of 2023, the City Council authorized a short-term closure of Ryan's Lane to allow for temporary outdoor dining by Carpaccio through the end of construction of Clark's Oyster Bar. The resolution that was adopted allowed the city manager to issue extensions to accommodate construction. The most recent extension was through the end of this month. And we've learned from Clark's that major construction is expected to be completed mid-April at this point. Without any revisiting by the council, Ryan's Lane would be set to reopen upon occupancy of Clark's bar, Oyster Bar. Okay, the next topic is the Santa Cruz Avenue closure. In August of 2023, City Council authorized this closure to enhance outdoor dining and the communal space. Since that time, the city has taken actions as well. And if you look at the map, there we go. Okay. Can you go, I'm sorry, can you go back one, Sarah? One more forward. Okay, so if you look at the overview map, this is the 600 block, and this is what's subject to the closure. So just to orient you to this map, you will see that the eastbound direction of traffic, which is on the right, is currently closed to vehicles. The outdoor dining area is in yellow. The blue area is the current outdoor picnic seating or communal area in front of Walgreens. And you will also see the bike lane that was installed by the city. The updates we have right now on outdoor dining is that Left Bank, Loretta, and Bistro Vita through the Streetery application process have indicated that they will pull back from the travel lane. So their new outdoor dining plans resemble the original outdoor dining footprints, which took up parking spots, and that's indicated in purple. Additionally, Bistro Vita will only extend within its business frontage. It will no longer extend in front of Walgreens, and these are indications from the businesses themselves. So that is the update on outdoor dining there. And that really just leads us into the city council discussion. There are other maps just to orient you to other outdoor dining updates, but I think it could be helpful maybe to start with the Ryan's Lane short-term closure and any thoughts about council on that one.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Stolte. I do want to just kick off by, it seems as though there is support for adding downtown as a priority. And so I definitely think we should make sure that there is some alignment there, and just sort of to continue the discussion that was being had earlier. I do think that like downtown as a priority is important. I think downtowns are different and special. They're unique parts of the city, and that should be recognized. Economic development can be a priority across the city, but I do think that that's different than recognizing that like the downtown is unique, and I certainly think that is the case here. So I just wanted to echo that. But then, and if other council colleagues feel that they wanted to make sure that they were heard on that issue, then certainly you should take that opportunity, and then also take the opportunity to provide some direction or what you're thinking on the specific street closures in downtown.
I'm happy to add my support to adding downtown, I forget what we called it, vibrancy, yeah, as a priority. So in terms of the Ryan's Lane closure, have we heard anything from Carpaccio's if they would like to continue with this, or are they happy to close it down with Clark's opening?
They have submitted a Streetery application. So I think the indication is they would like to continue. In addition, our interim economic development manager did conduct an informal survey of businesses with access to Ryan's Lane, and maybe you'd like to talk about that, Ms. Lynn.
Happy to, thank you. And again, it was a very informal survey. I went business to business. Those that were open at the time. Would not count on one that is under construction. So some sellers and Clark's are under construction now. So those that back onto the lane and the businesses that are adjacent to the intersection of the lane to Crane and to Chestnut. And there was one business that chose not to suggest positive or negative. All the others would like to see the lane open. Now, those were managers of the existing businesses.
I do have a follow-up question. So with Clark's.
And I
Oh, sorry, go
do
ahead.
need to mention that Carpaccio's was not open. And although I went into the kitchen, the manager was not available. So Carpaccio's is not part of that survey.
Thank you so much. My follow-up question is, would Clark's have any, I guess, say over this lane? Would they also want to use this lane for outdoor dining, or is it only available to Carpaccio's?
No, Clark's application is to have outdoor dining on the sidewalk along Crane. They do not intend to use the lane, which is really a lane that was previously used for garbage, traffic, not a formal place.
So I believe that we should go ahead and open the lane. We have several businesses around the lane that are, well, one of the business owners who I speak with fairly regularly is staunchly in favor of opening it and has just been hanging on while it's been closed. And it's also, my understanding, is an issue for recology trucks and just access for the delivery trucks, for garbage trucks, and just generally, it's been a real challenge for navigation around that area. Conversely, I also, I think maybe once I've seen someone actually using the space for Carpaccio's. I understand that they are interested, or my last understanding was that they are interested in it for someone who wants to bring their dog with them to dine, that's where they would like to have the space open for those customers who want to dine with their dog. But I make a point of walking by it, and I do not see that space being utilized. And it seems like it's really a hardship for others. So I would be in favor of opening it.
So at this point, they are using it intermittently for a large party, or at times, perhaps for somebody that is accompanied by an animal, by a dog. I do want to make the distinction of Ryan's Lane versus Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz was closed by council on an ordinance. Ryan's Lane is closed for a construction permit. So at the end of the construction permit, even if you wanted to continue with the closure, and I'll ask the city attorney on this one, it would have to come back to council relative to closure.
Yeah, I think that's right. So the issue with Ryan's Lane is that currently there is a time limit there by which it will automatically reopen. And so like in that case, it seems that like no action will result in the outcome where there is consensus. I think my question would be, as it relates to like, does Carpaccio have the ability to have a streetery like on Crane? Like if it so chose, if it wanted some, I know it doesn't have a bunch of like frontage, but
it's not apparent that Carpaccio's could use the sidewalk area because they have planters out front. They're built into the building or attached to the building. I'm not sure there's enough clearance to have tables and chairs. They would have to be a table or chair for 2 people, for example, if they could be accommodated there. Going into the street would be another potential action, although I believe that even though the refuge did have dining in the street, there was also parking on that side of the street, and therefore could be accommodated by taking away parking spaces. On the street side of Carpaccio's, there is no parking. So I don't believe that it could be considered an alternative. I don't believe it's a viable one.
I think just providing my direction, I'm aligned with where the vice mayor seems to be at on this, and the extent to which Carpaccio sees some very specific value in having outdoor dining, then I would put the onus on them to come to the city with a future proposal that they think would work for them and like how that looks. Other than that, yeah, I would, you know, not be inclined to for the city to start some process by which it would consider a continuation of this closure beyond its current expiration date.
And as the assistant city manager noted, they did put in an application for a streetery, and their space was modified in order to accommodate construction. We put in a pedestrian lane, if you notice there. But we have not had any other interaction with Carpaccio's relative to moving forward with a streetery. It would have to be redesigned in terms of what they submitted originally that was pre-construction permit.
I'll just add in, I'm very much in alignment with the mayor and vice mayor on Ryan's Lane. I feel very differently about Santa Cruz, and I'm looking forward to diving into that part, but Ryan's Lane feels like the simpler of the solution. So I'm also in support of what both of you said.
Okay, then I think unless there's some desire to chime in, let's move on to Santa Cruz. And so does someone want to kick off that discussion? Do you?
I actually just had a clarifying question as well before I maybe chime in with a couple of quick thoughts. So with I'll lead with the Loretta and Bistro Vita and Left Bank. Are we already pursuing this path where the yellow and the blue and green goes away? Did I hear that correctly, or did I hear it incorrectly?
Okay, as you see the yellow that is in front of Left Bank, Loretta, Bistro Vita, and extends into a portion of Walgreens, that currently, with the exception of Left Bank, that currently is an extension of dining that goes as far as the bike lane. When you look at the purple, that reflects what the final plans are for each of the restaurants. Left Bank has already vacated the yellow area.
Okay.
Loretta and Bistro Vita have already put their final plan in, which does not go into the yellow area any longer. Is if you think of it as 2015, they are all retracting to the city-built parklets that are only over parking spaces.
The purple.
And Bistro Vita will not extend onto a portion of Walgreens.
Okay.
So what you see in yellow here is once those final plans are implemented, will be vacated space, open space. And then you see the hatched area for the bike lane, which is in gray. And that bike lane was implemented by action of council when Santa Cruz Avenue was closed.
So my understanding of the contentious, I think it's all slightly contentious, but I spent a lot of time in this area. I've talked to Ali a number of times, so I have a good familiarity, but I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. So whenever this gets finalized, and I'd be curious when that is, the only thing that remains closed is the purple.
I think to be clear, the only thing that the businesses are asking for access to, that they will have domain over, is in the purple.
What about the yellow, though?
They're saying that they don't
they
want
don't.
to have anything to
Okay.
do with that. And it is not surprising, given that the last time I drove by there were chairs stacked in that area being stored. So they've already sort of, to some degree, made a determination that they're not going to use that space.
Right.
So irrespective of, because they've only applied for permits that control that area.
For the purple, yeah.
So in their final plan, it does not include the yellow space. They will not necessarily vacate all of it until we approve the final plan. And that's going through approval with the various departments right now. And then, for example, Bistro Vita has overhead structure. They will, and they've indicated that they will pull a demolition permit, and all of that you see either overhead structure or going into yellow will disappear.
So then the last question I have, just to make sure I have it clear in my mind, is so I understand a big part of the contentious is the contention is the bike lane, the yellow, the blue, the green, so if that all goes away, I would assume that if we were looking at a downtown development plan over time, we could reconsider this at some point. There's no need for us to kind of keep this the way it is while we're waiting for that revitalization to happen. And that might eliminate some of the contentiousness, or if it goes down to the purple, it feels like.
But I just want to say that, look, there is an option that's not quite clear here, and that is that you can keep a portion of the yellow and the blue that aligns with where the purple ends.
Yeah.
Like, right. And so that would also, and I don't know, you just put that in lines there is also an option, or I think staff can correct me if I'm wrong. So you're not just giving up all of the yellow and all of the blue, but you would keep the portion of the blue and the yellow that would bring it in alignment with the purple that is being asked for by the businesses. Like as far as a closure perspective.
If you wanted to look at it from a different perspective, let's say the implementation takes place for those 3 restaurants. You see the blue area, which is the current picnic setting. That at this point has no restaurant in it. It has some tables and chairs. I would say that your blue area will now continue and be an overlay of the yellow.
Yeah.
In other words, no traffic can go in there. The yellow along the 3 restaurants will not be used. It cannot be used. It's just a small segment. But you will have a continuum of a blue area that is non-designated in a closed street. And the blue area would become the responsibility of the city because the city is close to the street.
Well, wouldn't the blue and the yellow, right?
Right.
Like all become
Right.
like the responsibility.
So
of-
traffic still can't, as long as the
Yeah.
street is closed, you still can't have traffic there. You can have the bike lane, it exists. But what is yellow will be just open space. Nothing in it.
Yes, sorry.
Just saying, so personally where I am is, I'd like to keep it. I think it gets used. I think Ali has generously been managing it and paying for it and other things. I would love to see maybe the farmer's market come down there eventually. So, but that might be 3 years away. So this is where it's a little tough to figure out, like do we take action now to revert back to just the purple? And then as we get into the development point that the vice mayor made, then we'll have to relook at this again. So I'm just struggling with the timing around giving it back and then potentially having a discussion about claiming it back again for, closing that whole section. So that's where my head is. Right.
And I know the vice mayor, I would just say that again, like, I think that there's an option where you're seeing where you just give up the blue and the yellow. Again, I think that there would be an option where you can keep a portion of them that used to be the actual parking spaces. And so you wouldn't be totally giving up all this area. Certainly the option that you presented is one where you just, you give it all up, like, right? And then you return parking, or in theory, you return a travel lane for vehicles and you allow the on-street parking. That is one option where you give it all up. But then, like I say, there is also an option where you keep some portion of the yellow and the blue, but that would require then also direction from the council that the city clearly takes responsibility for lack of a better term, the programming of that area, which it hasn't really to date. A lot of that has been done by the owner of Bistro Vita.
And to be clear, I was asking that question because I wanted to make sure I understood what was happening with the business, but I would prefer to keep a portion of the yellow and the blue. That would be where I'm landing.
So I wanted to ask a question first relative to what I thought I heard here. When this is regarding the yellow part, my understanding is that Left Bank, Loretta, and Bistro Vita are giving up the yellow part because in fact it was prohibitive to go through the requirements that would be, what would be required in order to make that a permanent eating space.
In
That there were-
part, they believed that it was cost prohibitive. The part that they are keeping, maintaining was city built. with
Correct.
The platforms for them to continue something like they have had to date with a TOP, in particular with an overhead structure, was cost prohibitive for Loretta and Bistro Vita. Left Bank never had an overhead structure, but they felt that it was not. They would have to continue the platform and continuing the platform and then meeting all the building codes and the like was not in their favor.
Which includes additional bathrooms, I believe, because of the
Well,
additional.
There is a
seating.
ratio of bathrooms, so they have approved restaurants, they have restrooms. Now, when you talk about the outside dining, not the purple part, because that outside dining had been there, city built. When you go into the expansion into the yellow, it means that there needs to be a ratio of tables and available bathrooms. Seating at tables, available bathrooms. That was one of the things that they felt was onerous from their perspective.
And that is a state standard, not a
It
city
is a
standard.
state standard, it's our building code. I don't believe that was the only reason. I think it was in part, an overhead structure. How do you then put it into this expanded space, new platforms, and all of the other things that came with it?
And again, the overhead structure is bringing it up to building code since it would be considered permanent. So these are really not city restrictions. These are.
It is not a city restriction. It is building code.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for highlighting like that there are lots of factors at play here.
One of which is it's no longer COVID. And COVID was something where we then helped them initiating TOPs, temporary outdoor dining permits, so that they could have outdoor dining because initially they couldn't have any dining inside. They could have food to go. But things have modified and adjusted, and they believe that the existing space in purple will meet their needs.
My understanding is from all three of those restaurants is that it was the costs that really drove the decision that they would have, they would like to have that space, all three of them, but it was really a cost decision, which I think is something we have no control over since those are building codes, state building code.
But has Left Bank been using? I thought like Left Bank had sort of made a decision not to really use that space
That is
some time
correct.
ago.
My understanding is that was at a corporate level.
Yeah,
Correct.
so-
Yes.
I spoke with Darvon
Yeah, that's Left
2
Bank.
days ago,
Right, they
and he
made the
said,
decision.
oh, it would be nice to still use it, but the decision was made by corporate, which is not in Menlo Park. And corporate is the one that
Well, because
demands
And
his
all of
budget.
those, my understanding is yes, that all three were interested that the corporate decision was made at Left Bank because they did not, because of the costs. I believe that also that was a decision on with Bistro Vita and Loretta, that essentially in order to bring the space up to state building code and what was sufficient was essentially cost prohibitive. But it was, but they all, especially once, as we go into the spring and the summer, even beyond COVID, appreciated the extra space or whatever that is worth.
Cost was a major factor, but also if you look at the map, Bistro Vita has now acquired what was Harvest Home. That was a Harvest Home streetery or taupe. So he has, even if you don't talk about the interior, he now has expanded dining in front of Loretta. So there are multiple factors.
No,
Actually, no, go ahead.
I just want to make, and then this could be, I just don't understand, like, so, but currently today, is Left Bank using the
No.
yellow? And they could use that without any cost presently. Like,
Presently, they could use it without cost. However,
yeah,
with a final plan, they need to put in a platform.
but I just want to make it clear, based on my understanding, like, they made a decision to not use what was the space that was available to them right now with zero cost. Like, again, so they've already made that decision, like, right now.
They made that decision based on their initial submission of a plan.
Yeah.
And then departmental comments as to what they would need to do to
Yeah.
continue with that space. But it was made early on. They have taken everything off
Yeah.
what would be the yellow area. They made the decision, they pulled it back.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you see something that has immense value and it's gonna go away, you use it until it goes away.
Mhm.
Like, you make every, you know, but even before it has gone away, they've made a decision to not utilize it. And so I just, I just think that is some.
They made that decision, they made
Yeah.
it the decision in part by staffing. The
Yeah.
more outdoor space you have, the more staff
Yeah.
you need. They're essentially runners between there and the kitchen.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I just have a clarifying question about the blue area. Is with the planters and the current picnic seating, that's all city? The city owns that, or is that?
It's a mix.
It's a mix.
There are several cypress trees in very large containers that were put in by the city. There are a couple of planters that Bistro Vita has put in, and the other square areas, they're K-rails, they're not planters.
And the seating, are there seats there, or is it just seating?
There are picnic tables there. They were put in by Bistro Vita for the use of the community. As those tables have deteriorated over time, they've been removed for safety reasons. At this point, they're probably 50% of the tables that were initially there. They have umbrellas too. Those are the property of Bistro Vita.
Okay, thank you.
So I am struggling with this because the traffic lane is, well, I will say, I believe if we do anything, we should only open the traffic lane. I believe we should leave the rest of the space available for the public, and that the city, in fact, should follow through with what we had tried to do in 2023 and understand we've had a lot of constraints so that didn't happen. But in fact, the city, as stated in the staff report, potentially install improved outdoor furniture in the outdoor picnic seating area in front of Walgreens. I believe that what we should do is minimally do the install improved outdoor furniture in that seating area and keep that area open to the public. It's something which is very well used by many people, certainly by the students after school and for non-school hours. But also at all times of the day, I see people sitting there having a coffee, bringing food there. I think it's a really good social area. It's something where, just reading the Daily Post, I believe it was yesterday, California Avenue is trying to develop an area which attracts teens and is free and a nice social area. I think we have achieved that. I think it could be much nicer, but we've actually achieved that. We have a space which is a safe gathering space for people of all ages. I do not want to see that go away. My dilemma is what to do with the traffic lane. I would like to see the traffic lane decision as part of a more, in the context of what are we going to do downtown. And I think that some of that decision will depend, and when we do it, is how long it will take us to get to a place where we have at least enough of an idea as to what that space looks like. And that's where I struggle with. But at this point, I would definitely like to keep the seating area and enhance it, have the city take that over and actually provide some nice, hopefully not too expensive tables, benches, whatever works there, and just make it look nicer and whatever is needed. And then the traffic lanes, at this point, I would like us to see holding off on a decision until we have a better clarity into what our timeline is going to be on the downtown vibrancy project.
100% agree with the vice mayor. I mean, both those points I think are spot on.
So I don't know, I don't know if I know exactly, no, actually, I don't. So I am in favor where I've always been, and yes, like sort of keeping the portion that's open to the community that represents the former parking spots or spaces on the street, in reopening the travel lane, because that's what it is. I think holding off, again, this was a temporary measure. And so like, I think holding off a temporary measure to a larger discussion about downtown is like delaying the, creating a temporary or, making a temporary situation permanent by inaction. And so for me, I think what we're seeing is like the value of the closure becoming less clear. And we see that with the decisions Left Bank, Loretta, and Bistro Vita have made. And so now we've got like, we'll have this issue of this like sort of now like empty space. And that we're going to hold off on making a decision until like some further direction on downtown, which is going to come when no one knows. So again, like I said, I would be in favor of retaining the parking spaces in front of Walgreens and letting that be a community space. And to your point, to the extent that we can, making it look nicer. But I think the argument in favor of keeping the street closed becomes less and less powerful every day from my perspective. And I only ask if the council direction is to continue with the closure, that I would like to see some signage and something that looks at like, because that traffic essentially goes to Menlo, which is already unsafe, especially if you're trying to make a left turn there. I would like to sort of at least us acknowledge that there are these ripple effects with the closure continuing. So I think I'm not where maybe the vice mayor and Councilman Schmidt is completely, and so it'd be great to see where the rest of the council is.
So Mayor Combs, by your description, would that essentially, don't have ownership with colors, but would that then essentially take the purple and extend the purple all the way down to Crane?
Yeah, exactly.
Then in what you explained, the bike lane, so to speak, would become part of the travel lane.
Well, I would, I mean,
It would just be a travel lane.
yeah, the
It
bike
could
lane
be
would become
marked.
it
could be
would
marked.
revert back to what it was, which
Okay.
would be a normal
right.
travel lane, and opening up Santa Cruz, full access from Santa Cruz traveling in that direction to El Camino. So that would be my proposal. So
No, I was just trying to verify what you were doing.
But to be clear though, then the other element that the city though taking some ownership responsibility of what remains there as the closed area.
Okay, and in that, is it also the suggestion that then the city build a platform in that area so that there is no change in elevation from the curb to the asphalt and you're not dealing with berms.
If you're just asking me like, yes, that would be
Okay.
the ultimate goal. I would not say that you would make it all these dependencies, like, right? I think that you make the change that you can make, like as it's being made. And so I wouldn't say that like, oh, we would hold off reopening the lane until like the city's prepared to build a clear platform. I would say that like we open up the lane, if that's the decision of council, but also understanding that the way we're going to continue to evolve that space is providing a level platform there. And again, I don't even know if that's allowed by code, but that's how I would be thinking of it. But I wouldn't be thinking of it, let's hold off everything or any change until everything can be exactly perfect. Vice Mayor.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. I'm good.
With all due respect, I do know that there's two other council members that were looking to speak. So I just want to see whether you want to close the loop on this issue versus the other council members weighing in. That's all. Okay. Want to close the loop on this one topic? Yeah. Okay. Great. I apologize.
Make sure that two council members want to weigh in on this issue or another issue that. Okay, do we have something else to?
Yes, let me reframe a little bit. Sorry, I apologize. There's certain details that would need to be worked out for this area, which would then be subject to coming back to the council.
Okay.
I personally have not yet heard from all five council members about the bigger. That's the only issue. Happy to circle back to the details. I'm here all day. So.
Yeah, no, I've been here for 7 years, and I know it's not what Drew wants. So, to be very clear, we will certainly see where the council like consensus or direction is on this, just in a general sense, like right. And then I know that there are details that need to be worked out.
And just for everybody's benefit, today's session on the topic here is to get council direction about whether or not this comes back as a regular business item in an upcoming council meeting. So just to reiterate that, there would need to be a majority, and this is one where we definitely are seeking consensus with a number of things today. This is one that will be a little bit more technical of really looking for a minimum 3 council members that want to bring this back. Yep. So great. Thank you.
Well, so I am in favor of bringing this back. So is that all I should share at this time? Or should I also say where I'm at? Okay. Okay. Sure. So I think there's been a lot of discussion, but I think I'm in line with the mayor's comments. So I'm certainly in favor of keeping the purple closed and then going all the way down to Crane with it and keeping this, that portion of the yellow and blue closed. And then opening this back up to traffic. The reason I'm getting there is because I would not like to see this not have any use if it's not being used by the restaurants. I feel like it might as well be opened back up. That being said, going back to this idea of like now that we've prioritized downtown, I am a huge fan of street closures. I think California Avenue, as you pointed out, I've read a lot about how it's done incredible things for that area. So that is not to say I will not have different ideas of what will be closed in the future. I just think for right now, based on where we're at and what the restaurants will be using, that's where I'm at.
Thank you. And I am in line with Councilmember Wise on this. I could go into more detail, but I am supportive of bringing this back for full discussion on a council agenda. My big concern is just safety on however we configure it. I look at this street and I'm a huge fan of one-ways. So if we're looking at all of Santa Cruz Avenue and thinking about whether it's a street code closure or not, but I need some uniformity. If we need to take away a little space in order to move the bike lane over so that the bike lane isn't directly, I'm just thinking about how to make Santa Cruz Avenue not necessarily wider, but to make it cover all the uses that we're trying to do. Because I'm supportive of that. But just for time's sake, just to move it along, I'm definitely supportive of bringing this back to a council agenda, and then making safety around this and how the bike lane versus the car travel lane versus the area we want to keep open. If that means making the blue area smaller to provide more safety on the travel lane. But that's where I'm at the moment.
Cool. And I know we're getting close to time on this and appreciate the city manager because I was hogging that discussion. The city manager's like, I need to see if I got 3 votes for something. So appreciate you reeling me in on that. And yeah, and again, we're providing direction. The direction Councilmember Wise or I provide may not be where we end up or where the vice mayor ends up, but I think for the city staff, they have to understand like what's the realms of where the council is thinking. Because again, if I'm the only one that's saying like, let's maybe open it back up, then that's not something that like they should invest time in. And so, okay. I didn't know if, so I do think you got your direction needed there.
Yes, and I appreciate, Mayor, that you followed one of the ground rules that I assumed the good intention on staff's part for that interruption earlier. So I apologize for that. But yes, that was the main takeaway. So there's a number of things flagged through that discussion. So that will help us in framing a staff report when it comes forward. There is the issue of timing, though, as our economic development manager Dean mentioned. The current businesses need to go through the process to get their permits in place. So we are cognizant of the timing as well. But I think getting the council feedback on the outcome of this for the status of the closure or not would be helpful. But keeping in mind that even if say that we were able to bring it back to the council in a month, it still may take a few months to open it back up. So just managing overall timelines, expectations.
And to be clear, like there hasn't been a vote to open it back up. Like, right, that actually has to happen. And it has to be clear that, but there is a willingness of council to have a discussion framed in that way, as I see it.
2 things when it comes back, one of which I think you basically just mentioned, and that's just the timeline of what it would take, once a decision's made, what should expectations be for an opening if that's the decision? And also if the decision is to open it, but then later on it's decided to close it, and the city's made a platform, what implications, what extra work? And then of course, as Councilmember Taylor said, the safety. Thank you.
As it's 2 months ago, like, so as I was gonna kind of close out as we're at 2, I did want to though acknowledge that we did make, or it looks as though we're in the direction of downtown being a priority. And so I wanted to give council an opportunity. It's separate from obviously specifically the closures. Are there a couple of things that you, as the council thinks about work plan related to downtown as a priority, some like direction you want to provide them or some guidance? And I'm asking you because there is some guidance I want to provide, at least how I'm thinking of it. And one, I do want to like possibly think about like, is there some value of a downtown commission, right? And how that would look, and where we have the standing city body that is focused on downtown. The other, as I'm looking at downtown as a priority, I do want to see like, are there some quick wins? Like, right, like whether it's changing the usages as it relates to Santa Cruz proper, some quick hardscape like efforts. I'm all for it, even if it's like sort of like painting some stuff or whatever. I know that there's a larger plan, but I don't want us to let the larger plan, our vision, like blind us to some very quick wins that we can get. And so that's just as I'm thinking of downtown as a priority. Those are some of the things that are top of mind for me, and wanted to give my colleagues an opportunity to sort of chime in if they felt they hadn't provided some general direction about like how they're thinking of downtown as a priority.
I think those are very good priorities and would just like to provide anything else to the city manager, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Just a couple of small things. along the lines of where the mayor was talking about a downtown commission, there have been discussions from community members about a nonprofit or a community fund. So I would definitely ask that we look at that more closely, embrace that. I feel like this could be this should be something that outlives all of us, right? So if we structure it the right way, then the community stays involved in revitalizing downtown. I would love us to think in those terms of more like a 3-year plan as well. I would want to be careful that we don't go down a 2-year process to update the downtown specific plan. That feels very cumbersome and big, but having I think in corporate world, we're used to these sort of, 2 or 3-year plans where deliverables are rolling. So the more we can think about it that way. And then the last thing is around events and activities and, this thing I alluded to about maybe moving the farmer's market downtown in this closed space and having a separate but connected discussion around what could we do to attract musical acts and, hosted events and things like that beyond what we do today. And I understand that requires investment and a different way of thinking, but I do think it's part of a downtown revitalization. So food for thought.
So I've heard about three different groups that are talking about nonprofits. Perhaps if they could all get together and combine forces, that would be really beneficial.
I am definitely in support of a downtown commission and just thinking about the downtown, I think, amenities fund. So when the item comes back, if we could know how much money is in there, and definitely supportive of looking at a funding stream for downtown.
Just in agreement with everything that's been said.
Cool. Okay, so we're at 2:04. I'll go to staff and see if there's anything that they specifically, did we cover everything?
We did cover everything. Thanks so much for the robust discussion today. I think we have support for the continuing the 4 priorities from this fiscal year, adding downtown vibrancy. And then just to highlight next steps, we'll produce a final workshop report. We'll come to City Council next. And then we'll develop the work plan, budget, and then we'll follow up on the street closure item too.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you to city staff for all the work and effort that got put into putting this together. Thank you for all the members of the community who came out on a Saturday. And I will take one mayoral liberty and acknowledge that something far from, or not far from, but certainly off the topic of downtown, I remain supportive of the triangle annexation. And hopefully it may not get completed by my time on council, but I hope that I am still in Menlo Park to actually see that comes to fruition. It's one of those things where the city has exclusive domain and control over to effectuate the outcome. And I do think from a good governing perspective, it makes sense that the triangle at some point is an actual part of the city of Menlo Park. So again, mayoral liberty, just expressing my support for that. Other than that, thank you all, and I will adjourn the meeting.